Yo, Colt, what's going on? How you doing today? I see you didn't get arrested. Um, I think Hofer's been working on the pantry stuff. I've seen a pumpkin and a yam, which I think we're working on pumpkins now. Then this one, I think he was saying that the resins. And I think this is winter, and I don't know about this. Stardew Valley Fork Focus. Crocus foraging a winter seed. Season is a winter. Okay, so I guess we can't do. Oh yeah, it says winter. Weird that we got two of them so far. Um, and we got one for the fish tank, which is a walleye. Winter. Okay, so it's fall, which is now. I have to do it in a river. It says location: river, mountain lake, forest pond, forest farm pond. Maybe we just go south and we just do. Oh, we could just be safe and go to the river or the mountain lake. Be pretty easy. Pretty sure mountain lake is just. Uh, yeah, it should just be that place. Okay. Alright, so we need to go up there and do that lake. To get the walleye, and that'll be the fish tank done. So that's what we're gonna work on. Yo, Topher, what's going on? Waiting on you. That's tomorrow. You're not gonna actually go. Oh, come on, that would be hilarious, Colt. I mean, I applaud you for you know, I wouldn't say doing the right thing, but like, you know, using your brain, to decide whether if it's worth it or not, right? Um, I think you're taking the high road, right? Being the bigger person here. But at the same time, I think it would just be fucking hilarious. Alright. So from what I can tell, Topher, pantry is stuff that you're working on, which is like yam, pumpkin, and then like the farm animal stuff, right? And then the craft room appears to be, I think this one's really easy. It's the resins you were talking about, so like pine tar, oak resin, or maple syrup, right? Which seemed to probably be the easiest. And then the other one is what seems to be winter shit. So I don't know if we have to wait till winter to get those, or if there's another way to get those. And then the fish tank is what I'm working on right now. I just have to get the walleye. And then the bulletin board, which we have a lot of work necessary. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm glad. Like, either option would I wouldn't have thought any differently of you. Obviously, it's just I'm glad that you decided on an answer and you're happy with your decision, kind of thing. I think it's the smarter of the option. I think the other one is hilarious, but I think that one's smarter. Obviously, less chance of getting in trouble or anything weird. Just need a walleye, bro. That's not a walleye. He messaged her on Facebook. That is true. You got her name and everything, so it's like not that big a deal. But how's everybody doing today? welcome in. Thanks for joining us. Like I said, it's gonna be community night tonight and tomorrow. From one of the peers, Tover's the only one that wants to join, and there's 2 games voted on. Topher voted for Stardew, so we'll play Stardew, and then doing junk. Wait, what do you mean doing junk? And then so another one of the community members voted for Lotro. So I figure, you know, when Topher has to get off, which we will switch over to Lotro for the rest of the night. Whether that's 30 minutes, whether that's 3 hours, who knows? We won't know until we get to that point. Try to kill you. Hey. I haven't talked in Discord with my new mic yet, so hopefully it actually works. You were really quiet though. That might be my headset though. Okay. Dying. Hey, I mean, it's fine. I mean, if you did, I would just play Lotro, honestly. Yeah, what is that? I thought you were playing that. Alright, hold on. I was honestly so bored the other night, I almost bought Mega Blanc. I pulled it up, I didn't see it specific to say that. Hold on. I mean, I'll pull it back up. Oh yeah, this thing you've shown me a few times, yeah. Yeah, so it says season, fall, and then it just has a period, and then it says winter with rain totem. Oh, and then it says weather. Oh, we did this last time too. It just says rain. It doesn't say night, but it does say rain. It says 12 p.m. to 2 a.m. Yeah. Like afternoon to night, yeah. Okay. I remember now, yeah. We were waiting for a rainy day. I'm just gonna fish anyway for money, but yeah. For coal or mega? Okay. Yeah. How'd you get one? Okay, hell yeah, let's go. Well, I mean, I'm mostly fishing just for money right now. Cause like we need the snow yam or whatever it's called, and then we need the copious or whatever it is, which I'm assuming is winter. Cause when I looked at that, it said winter seed or something. Yeah. Whatever. Coke. Whatever. Coco. What up, Glass? Nah, I don't really buy games, Glass. I play pretty much anything that's free to play, and very rarely I'll buy something. I mean, if people donate me a game, I'll play it, but I typically don't just spend money on games. Mainly because, like, my general rule of thumb is I don't buy games unless I know I'm gonna play at least 1 hour per dollar spent. But that's with a caveat that that is the general rule of thumb. But if I bought every game that I would get my money's worth out of, I would be broke. I wouldn't even be able to pay my mortgage because of how many games come out on a regular basis and how much gaming I actually do. So I try to actually stretch that even further. So I try to play games that don't have like pay to win aspects. Well, not pay to win. Pay to win's whatever. So I try not to play games that have like monthly memberships. I try not to play things that have like constant DLCs or things, you know what I mean, that kind of stuff. So I try to stick to games that are like you buy it once, you're good for life kind of thing. Yeah, it's the only one. Um, so it's like I'm very picky with the games that I actually do purchase because, like I said, if I wasn't picky, I would literally be a broke bitch. But there are a few outliers that are like a game that looks absolutely fucking phenomenal or really piques my interest. Like, I'll break down. I'll buy one right every once in a while, and then like if it's like super mega on sale, like $1 for a game that I've been wanting, then yeah, sure. But I don't really go through a lot of sales to like search through 10,000 video games to see if there's anything that piques my interest. I'll scroll through like the main page where it's like recommended because you play other games or whatever, or wish lists. But other than that, like if I don't see anything that like, oh, it's on my wish list, or ooh, that game's recommended, it looks dope, and it's only $1, right? Like I don't know. I said that's typically the problem I have with sales is like games go on sale all the time, and games are relatively cheap, $5 and below a lot of times, or even $10 and below. And yeah, I'll pay more than 10 hours in almost any game you throw at me. But at the end of the day, like if I spent $10 every day on a new video game to play for a day or two, I literally wouldn't have any money to even eat. What do you mean due to the energy? I'm talking about like the energy in the game. I mean, I'm just gonna throw this out there. Yes, I hated it. Yes, I complained about it, but I did also enjoy it. It's like a really bad relationship, right? That's the thing. It's like a bad relationship. Like you have really good times, but you have really bad times, and it's like the bad times just outshine the good times. Uh, Stockholm syndrome. I'm not gonna lie, I think there was a little bit of that going because like I was enjoying it for the first, I don't know, like maybe 2 days. Like leveling up the character, going through the game, I was enjoying it. Once I got to max level and it was about like grinding out the people and the equipment, that's when I started to really hate it. But at that point I'd already like got kind of like you said, Stockholmed at that point. So I was like just accepting of whatever it was happening. Yeah, he only hits me when he drinks. Like like it's fine, just as long as he doesn't drink, we're fine, you know what I mean? Like that's what I felt like every time I went into a raid or a dungeon, like so it's just like I agree there was a little bit of that going on. And Throne and Liberty, exactly, like, that's the problem. It's like that honeymoon phase right in the beginning kind of gets me in and I'm like enjoying it. I'm like, okay, I had a lot of fun getting to this point. Now he's beating the shit out of me on a regular basis. I don't know if I should stay or go, and now I'm too scared to leave. So it's just like I just kind of stay out of fear at that point. But I mean, like I'm just hoping that it gets to another good point. You know what I mean? Like that's the problem. Is I bitch, I bitch, I bitch. But once I get past a threshold, usually it's like, okay, I've bitched a lot, but I've kind of figured, like with First Ascendant, when I quit First Ascendant because I was bitching too much and I was pissed at it, I went back and played it off stream a week later. And after doing a little research instead of going in completely blind, I fixed my character and I started liking it and I stopped bitching. Obviously, I wasn't streaming, so you guys couldn't tell. But I wasn't pissed at it. I wasn't mad at it. I wasn't having a bad time. I was actually enjoying it. But then I got to a point where it was like, oh, what I need is gonna take me that long. Yeah, no, thank you. I closed the game and I never opened it again.
Would you like a cup of water?
Yo, mate, thanks for that, Drake.
Thirsty as fuck right now.
Yeah, I went on a little. I went live a little early, mate, because I woke up early today. and I had nothing really to do before stream. So no, that's the thing too. Is like I've talked about it a lot. Is like with when it comes to games, it's my God. Can I thank you, Jesus? Majority of the enjoyment from any video game you play is 95% of it is the leveling process and getting the gear. Because once you've gotten to max level and you started grinding the max level gear, what is there to do once you have the gear? Like that's the problem. If a game doesn't have anything past that, usually dies. And take New World for example, one of the prime examples of things not to do. The only thing there is to do in that game after you've gotten to max level, which takes less than a week now, and to get max gear, which takes even less time, um, is the PvP. And even PvP, you're locked out of most PvP. What? Hold on. I was gonna get there. Once you're at max level and you start farming your gear, the only thing there is to do is PvP. But you're locked out of PvP because you can't get into wars and you can't get into expedition, the base defense for the NPCs and anything because the people that own them have it locked down to a core group that only let they only let those people play, so you can never play it. So in order to even bridge that gap, to even get into that group, you have to challenge them and show them that you can actually compete. And in order to do that, you have to farm up all your trophies, you have to farm up all your min-max potions, you have to farm up all your min-max gear, and you have to be the biggest sweat lord in the world and start investing money into things like deodorant because you are going to be dripping in sweat from there on out. It's like, what's the point of playing a game when the only thing there is to do is sweat lord PvP every day, all day? And don't get me wrong, you could grind materials and you can craft and you can sell things on the marketplace to other players that are making new builds or new characters. But at the end of the day, you have a max gold cap of 500,000. What are you gonna do with the gold? Because there is no gold sinks in the game. Like if you have your trophies, you have all just the rent, mortgage. I don't know, Colt. Oh yeah, it was ridiculous. Yeah, it was ridiculous. That was fixed within the first month. Yeah. Yeah, it was ridiculous. Yeah. Oh no, I spent 20,000 on all of my houses. The cheap house, yeah. Well, yeah, so I saved my quest because it gave you 50% off your first house. So I bought the $20,000 house for 10 grand. But no, you're right. Like the houses were absurdly expensive upkeep wise. I think it was either month 1 or month 3. They fixed it relatively early because people were bitching so like you said like trying to maintain like 20,000 gold a week was crazy because you weren't just spending money on your house, you're spending money on crafting, you're spending money on repairs, you're spending money on materials for potions and things like and you can only make so much money a day mainly because you were making money from farming dungeons and doing your daily faction quests basically. It was the only thing you could make money doing. The in-game energy really bugs you, Glass. I don't know why. I mean, you can burn through it really quick, but if you put a little effort into just eating foods, it replenishes your energy, or you can just go lay in your bed during the day and, it'll replenish your energy over time by laying there. Like, the energy really isn't that big of a deal, in my opinion. Especially since, like, when you get further into the game, you can get energy expansions and stuff. I don't know, like, the houses were worth it just because the trophies were pretty big, but the storage things were even bigger. Hold on, I'm getting a phone call. Oh, alright. Starting back. Alright, sorry guys. I had to let the dog out. Oh, you wanna go do that? Yeah, I can go tomorrow. Yeah, and that's the thing too, Glass, is like in New World you can decorate your house. You can farm decorations, you can craft decorations, you have to, but most of those decorations, in order to like be top tier and whatever, you have to actually do the events. The like holiday events and things like that that they put up. Because if you don't, then you don't get that many decorations. Like there's very few of them that actually come from dungeons that are worth it. And most of the good ones are all pretty much event based. Cat, get out of my fucking way. Oh yeah, and then you can like microtransaction more, but yeah, Cole, and that's kind of the thing is like New World's like, yeah, you do your dailies, which is like your faction quests or whatever, but usually you do that with the like the PvE aspect of doing the dungeon, right? So you get like 3 dungeon daily faction quests, right? You go and run that, you get your big chunk of gold, and then you're like, all right, there's my 3 dailies done, cool. And then you move on to like chest runs and possibly some open world PvP while you're grabbing, you know, nodes and stuff and doing gathering to sell stuff on the marketplace, make more gold. And then, like you said, with the PvP bullshit is fucking dumb. Guy sees you, he's like, oh, well, I'm gonna run to my friends so I can win this fight and make sure I'm not gonna lose. So they just run and run and run and run and run. And the second like you fall into their trap, they turn around and fight you instead of actually being a man and fighting you 1v1. Or then like maybe they do try to fight you 1v1, realize that you outgear them or you're a better player than them, so then they instantly iframe dodge roll away from you, dodge the attack, start running, keep running long enough to start mounting while they're running, and then once they're mounted they just continuously run and you can never catch them until, you know, they're in town and safe or their friends show up to help them or whatever. It's fucking absolute bullshit. Or to make it even step further of annoyance, hold on a second. You want to go outside now? I got a little dog out. Give me a second. All right, get your ass outside. That dog is so fucking annoying. My wife called me a minute ago and was like, hey, can you let the dogs out? I was like, yeah, sure. And I was calling for the dog. She wasn't coming down. I went up to go get her. She wouldn't come out of bed. And now that I'm sitting down here back in my office, ready to do my shit, she comes in, she's like, hey, I'm ready to go outside. I was like, stupid fucking dog. Anyway, so another thing that they'll do is they'll start fighting you, and then they'll be in a disadvantaged position because they'll like miss their hits or they'll miss their combo or whatever it is, right? Or they're dodging your combo, and they'll just run, and they'll start running and start running, and then you'll be chasing them, and then the second you like get bored of chasing them, you go to turn around, and then they start shooting you in the back. And then you're like, okay, well, you're gonna keep fighting me. I'm gonna turn around and fight you. But then you turn around to fight them, and they just keep running. And you're like, okay, bro. So every time I try to fight you, you're gonna run, and every time I turn around to run away, you're gonna shoot me in the back. Like this is fucking stupid. Like that is what I hated about New World the most. Which is why I never flagged PvP. Which is why I never PvP. Which is why I don't do anything involving player versus player, because people are just bitches. Like at least in like World of Warcraft, when I used to PvP there, they couldn't just kite you indefinitely. Like there was occasionally times you'd run into a guy that could indefinitely kite you, aka hunters or being 2v1 by frost mages, you know, maybe even warlocks and stuff where they would just like dot you while running and fear you and stuff. Like there wasn't very many classes that could truly like indefinitely kite you because there were so many movement skills and stuns and slows from like every class that wasn't a kiting class. It kind of evened it out to a point where it was like worth actually chasing people down, because you could chase most people down and eventually catch them. Now don't get me wrong, warriors were like disadvantaged against, you know, hunters usually, unless it like, you know, you're really good at like PvP with your own, with your warrior against hunters because you practice it a lot. But there was obviously pros and cons for every combination of fighting people, and some people have like ornate like abilities to counter other classes. So I mean it happens. But in New World, that's not really a thing. Like you either set up for mobility and traversal skills and you don't have combat skills, or you set up for combat skills and you have no traversal skills. Because if you try and do both, you get like one traversal skill and all they have to do is dodge roll iframe it, and then you're just running again. Oh, my traversal skill's off cooldown again. I use it. Oh, they iframe dodge rolled it. Okay, well, let's start all over. 15 seconds later, I can try again. It's stupid. Unless you have multiple traversal skills and multiple CC/stuns or slows, you can basically never catch somebody. Because all they have to do is a simple iframe dodge roll, and they just continue running, because the amount of animation delay between your dodge, like your attack, and the ability to actually start running again is so long. By the time that you get to a point where you can start chasing them a second time after you miss your initial attack, is roughly like 1.5 to 2.5 seconds, depending on the skill you use. At that point, since they dodge rolled, and they're usually in light armor, they're about, I don't know, 10-15 meters away from you, which is way too far to actually hit them with any other skill. So it's literally completely and utterly bullshit. And then they also added in the fact that you can call in your mount while running on top of all of that. So all they have to do is continuously run, and as long as you haven't hit them in like the last 5 seconds, they're out of combat and they can easily call their mount in while they're running, and then now they're mounted and running away from you. It's just fucking dumb. Like the whole system can just suck it in New World. But like I said, like like every game has its own problems, and like the thing I was getting at though is like every game kind of has the same grind, has the same problem and same crux that you have to run into. Is 95 to 99% of the game isn't so much what you do once you're at the end game, it's what you do to get to the end game. So, you know, World of Warcraft, you spend a small chunk of the game just leveling the character up, and you need help picking stuff up or something. But like I was saying, so like take WoW for example. Let's say you take 2 months, 3 months to level, right? Because you've never played it before, you don't really know what you're doing. So you take a long time to level because you don't really know what you're doing. And after like 2 or 3 months, you're just like, all right, cool. I'm max level. Now it's time to grind the EX, or you know, to grind my gear up, right? So then you spend the next like maybe a month or two, grinding up gear. You know, doing your dungeon runs, getting into mythics, running low level like mythics to get some like better gear, maybe doing some raid finder for some like simple raids, and then going to like looking for group to get, you know, normal raids, maybe heroic raids or something like that, get a little bit slightly better gear, and then you kind of just rinse and repeat that process. And now once you're at like, you know, maybe heroic gear score, or like mythic dungeon gear score or whatever, like is pretty decent. Maybe you're not min-max best slots, but you're pretty far up there. The only thing left to do is your, you know, your weekly mythic raids, if that's something you're into, or PvP, or going around gathering materials and crafting and making gold and farming achievements and mounts and stuff like that. Like, there's not a lot left to do. Like, you can run around, you can farm reps, you can run around, you can do like all the quests in the game and like do a completionist stuff and achievements, whatever. But at the end of the day, like, that's all you're left with. Like, there's not much left to do. There's just weekly raids, you know, weekly quests, weekly farms. Like, there's just not much to do when you play another character. And like, that's what every game runs into. You got First Ascendant, that's the same way. You level up your character, and then you spend time gearing the character up so you can speed farm stuff to make another character, and then that character's made, and you know, level him up, and then you speed, you know, you gear him up to speed farm, and then rinse and repeat, character to character. And then once you have the characters and they're geared up, there's nothing left to do. You just farm to farm at that point. Like, yeah, eventually they'll add dungeons and raids, but at that point you're still in the same boat. You have like these weekly raids that you're running just to get gear, and once you have the gear from the raids, you're just doing it for other people to get their gear. So there's not much left for you to do other than possibly PvP in most of those games. Not all of them have it, but most of them. So if a game doesn't have something other than raids or PvP to do it in game, there's very little reason for people to farm. There's very little reason for people to continue playing the game unless they really enjoy PvP or they really enjoy just the raiding and they make multiple characters. And that's the big problem. It's like, what is there to do? Right? What is there to grind? What is my reason for continuously playing this game? Like, take RuneScape for example. I've been playing it for 20 years. I have almost a max character, like 200 mil, right? I'm working on 200 mil in all skills, which is basically completely and utterly maxed in all EXP for all skills. I would say in the last 4 years, I've hardly played it, even though I do pay for my membership. I play it enough to pay for my membership every year, but when I do play it, it's very little, right? I claim my daily spends, I do some double XP weekends, you know, maybe I do a quest or two a year. Yeah, I don't do a whole lot because I'm at the point in the game where, yes, I could do like the super high-end bosses to get like the high-end equipment and the gear and kind of min-max BIS slot my character out. But what's the point? Like, the only thing that BIS gear is going to allow me to do is to farm the bosses harder. Yeah, it's a farm the bosses faster, farm them harder, get more, you know, more of the best in slot gear that I'm just going to sell to other players to get more gold. Like, it's just unnecessary. Like, not really truly necessary to do. So I've kind of fallen off on playing it so much just because there's not a whole lot left to do unless they add something new. So when they added necromancy, I went back and I played it more because it was a new skill. We were leveling it up, we were learning it, we were figuring it out, trying to get gear for it and stuff. And then I kind of got bored of it and I stopped playing it for a while. Rinse and repeat, you know, once we get another skill or a new skill gets like advanced in some way, shape, or form, I'm going to go back and I'm going to remax it. But at the end of the day, like, that's the only reason why I still play RuneScape. There isn't a single game in this world that I have played that has something to indefinitely grind that is interesting. PvP is not interesting. Weekly raids are not interesting. It's the same thing. You log in, you go into the dungeon, you pull the same mobs the same way every single time. You go and fight the boss the same repetitive pattern every week to get the same gear every week. It's like, cool, it's repetitive, it's easy, it's, you know, just like anything else in any other game. And like, you don't want things too difficult either. You don't want it too sporadic or too RNG because you want to be able to clear it. But I mean, do you really just, like, at a certain point you can almost just write a macro to do it for you because it's so predictable. And like, that's the shit I don't dislike, but I don't really like it either, right? So I don't know. That's why I struggle so much to actually find a true like forever game, because I just can't find one that has good end game that I can enjoy. The closest thing I have found to a true end game that I enjoy is Black Desert Online, but that is kind of a stretch because the stuff that I like doing on there is such a grind. It takes so long that it kind of burns me out. So it's like, oh, I just spent 1 month farming up these materials to make, you know, a year's worth of this, but now I'm not going to play it for another year. So it's like, what was the point? I did something to, you know, set me up for a year's worth of something, and then now I'm not going to play it for over a year, so now I'm back to where I started. Like, I don't know. They have a lot of cool stuff to grind in that game, but everything is such a fucking grind. They have been making it a little bit easier to grind a lot of things, but it hasn't really, truly, like, changed anything. Like I said, same thing with RuneScape. Like, I could sit there and grind all day long doing skilling stuff and maybe bossing and making tons of money, but at the end of the day, what's the point of all the money? Just to buy, you know, better gear that I, you know, can't farm, or I'm not getting lucky enough to get drops or whatever. Like, the money just, it doesn't do a whole lot for you at the end of the day. Like, yeah, I could in theory use that money to not have to pay or membership anymore. I could like buy bonds from people swiping their credit card. I don't know. I can never see myself not playing games, but I also can't truly see myself ever being tied down to one game. Oh, I guarantee you I have ADD. Even though my therapist said I didn't. Well, because here's the thing. She said there's like 3 tests, right? There's one that's like relatively short, but it's not as reliable. There's a medium length one, which is kind of in the middle ground of being reliable. And then there's the really long one, which is really reliable. And I looked her dead in the eyes and said, do you really think I could sit there for more than 5 minutes to do a test? She's like, so the short one of this. I was like, how long is it? She's like, it's not that long. It's like, okay. But here's the downside. Is the short one, it's so short, and the test is literally a video game. So I can actually focus if I think it's a video game. So she says, well, it doesn't. You took this and you came out flying colors. You're not ADD. I'm like, so you're saying since all I had to do was stare at a screen, I had to wait for a flash to then click as fast as I could, and I was able to do that like 10 times in like a minute, you know, like whatever the fucking test was. I don't have ADD. Like, I don't believe you. Yeah, I call bullshit. Yeah, like, don't put me in front of a computer screen with a mouse and say, hey, whenever you see this light flash, click the button. I'm like, ooh, okay. Is this like a reaction time test? Is like, are we testing my reflexes? Like, what's going on here? All right, well, let's see how good we could do, right? That's what I'm saying, because now I'm like hyper focused on it, like, which is a bad thing. But she's like, well, the only other way to test it is for you to take a 3-hour test. It's like, yeah, no, thank you. I couldn't stay awake for more than for 3 hours. All right, I'm gonna let my dog in, guys. Give me a second. All right, dog is inside. We're good to go. But yeah, like the way I look at it is like, I guarantee you I have ADD in some way, shape, or form, because I cannot. Well, I mean, everybody's autistic in their own way, honestly. Everybody's somewhere between 1% and 100% autistic. But my problem is like I can't just play one thing. I can't just be doing one thing. I have to be doing multiple things. So whether it's playing like 3 different idle games while watching anime, working while playing like 2 or 3 games and watching anime, or streaming while playing 5 games in the background, having conversations, like I can't just do one thing. Like we go out to eat, right? And we're sitting there. I can't sit in silence. I can't go out to eat and just sit there and eat my food. Like that can't happen. There has to be some conversation, something playing, like some music or movie or something has to be happening, or I am just uncomfortable. What up, Dig? Oh, did she not have like an earbud in or something? Oh, interesting. That sucks, mate. You'll get it eventually, mate. I mean, some people, they don't have a place to be. I 100%, if I found a place that I was comfortable at just like hanging out in and just, doing that, I would show up in the morning and I wouldn't leave till I was kicked out. Like 100%. But I don't like people enough. I don't like being out in public enough. And if I want to do something, I ain't gonna be doing it out in the middle of like a freaking restaurant floor or anything, like, you know what I mean? I'm gonna be in my comfortable ass room, sit on my comfortable ass chair with my clean ass bathroom that no one else's ass is sat on. People are nasty. You'd be surprised, bro. Like, that's how you get herpes. That's how you get fucking crabs and shit. You sit on someone's nasty ass shit you can't see. Fuck that shit. People are nasty. People are gross. People don't shower for weeks on end. And then wonder why, hey, why do I got crabs? I mean, you don't get crabs for not showering, per se, but you know what I'm saying. Like, people are nasty. Maybe over seafood. No, not wrong, dude. I think I'm allergic to seafood, actually. Oh, man. All right. Let's say AFK for a bit. All right, let's go. Look at that farming. 11,000. Huge. Making money. Allergic to seafood? Yeah, I don't know if I am or not, mate. I just know that, like, when I was younger, I had shrimp once. And I threw up everywhere after eating. But I think I ate too much shrimp and it was all covered in butter. So maybe it was like I had too much butter, which made me sick. I was like, all right, whatever. And then I had crab another time. I've had crab, I think, 3 times in my life. And every time I've had crab, I've gotten sick and I've thrown up. And then after all of that, years later, I went to a restaurant. I went to a seafood restaurant with some friends, and I didn't get seafood, but the second we like I was hungry and everything else, we were in the car, we got there, we sat down, and I started just being around the smell of that seafood, and I just lost my appetite and got sick to my stomach and had to leave. Definitely go out eating it. Yeah. I mean, like I said, some people just really like it. I've had like grouper in my life. I've had trout in my life, and I just it never really like I never had any problem eating fish. Right? I eat tuna fish in a can all the time. I think I've had sushi once or twice. Never really had a problem with that. I've had squid before too, and that was fucking weird. And it didn't bother me. But I think every time I've ever had shellfish, I've gotten sick. So I don't think it's fully seafood that I'm allergic to. If I'm allergic to anything, it's probably shellfish. Because it's always been crab and shrimp and that kind of stuff. Oh, it's raining! It's fucking raining! Let's go! I'm gonna catch one! Need the achievements, baby. Oh. Why, what happened? Oh, I have time because I only have till noon. Okay, we can go do something else. What do you need help with? Sure. Where's the barn? The red one? The green one? I don't know which one's which. I have a green one and a red one. You mean red sides? Yeah, you said red roof, so I was like, you mean red sides? That's fine. That's why I wanted to make sure. Okay, so I'm in the green one. There's nothing here. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, mate. I think I might be allergic just to shellfish, but I've never really enjoyed fish either, right? Like I don't mind tuna fish in a can, right? You just drain out the water, add a little bit of mayo to it, eat it on a sandwich, perfectly fine. I don't mind it. I don't crave it or anything, but it's something to eat every once in a while when I want a sandwich or something that that has a lot of protein or something. Something simple, something fast. But like I said, I've had grouper and I've had trout, and they just were meh. Like I didn't really care one way or the other. It didn't taste bad, didn't taste good. I don't know. Seafood's never really hit with me very well. Maybe I've just never had good seafood. I don't know. Oh, what's that? What do I do? Oh, through. I don't know. Is he brown? I don't know. He's got a red head and he looks brown. Yellow. Okay. We're good. Beep, 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 beep. Oh, I'm getting hungry. Why? No, so I used to have a really bad. I had a bad oral fixation when I was younger. Um, well, I used to either A, I would chew gum so much, it would literally stop being elastic and it would just be like this thing that just fell apart like rubber. So I'd be like, oh, well, that was 10 hours worth of chewing. Let's grab another piece. And like, I would just chew gum all day long. Like, every day for like 16 hours a day. I would take it out of my mouth and I would put it on my plate, eat my food, and then put it back in my mouth. It was bad. Nah, I was cheap. I was like, I'm not doing it for the flavor. I'm doing it to, pass time and keep myself from eating, basically. And then I'd run out of gum, and instead of chewing on gum, I would grab a pen cap. I would chew on a pen cap until it disintegrated into nothing. Yeah, that's just weird. Yeah, that's just weird. Yeah, that's just weird. Like, it's not like I intentionally, like, chewed on, like, a pen cap to swallow it. I just would gnaw on it, and gnaw on it, and gnaw on it, and, like, little pieces at a time would, like, I guess come off, and I caught the walleye. Sweet, let's go. Alright, I wonder if there's anything else I can catch in the fall that I haven't caught before during the rain. Yeah. Yeah, I know there's that achievement to, like, catch, like, one of every fish kind of thing, so I'm, like, trying to do my best to, like, find as many as I can. I wonder if there's one in the river that I can catch. Hmm. That's fine. Yeah, but that's why I don't chew on gum anymore. Because it's just... It leads to me having, like, a sore jaw, and I'll literally sit here and just chomp on gum non-stop. Like, almost an addiction. It's just one day I sat there and I was like, bro, this isn't healthy to chew on gum until it's no longer gum. They used to buy the big Eclipse gum, like, little shaker bottle. Yeah. And, like, one of those would last me almost a year because I would literally have one a day and I would just chew on it for 16 plus hours. It was bad. And one day, when I finally had that realization that, like, yeah, this is really bad for me, I should really not chew on gum for that long. I threw away my gum and I've never had gum since. I have that weird personality. It's like, when I finally, like, hit a realization of something, I just cold cut turkey, just cut it out of my life and it's done. Okay. Wait, did you want to go to jail? It was smoke. Oh my god. So my question is, yeah, but my question is, like, isn't it worse to go to jail because you can get anything in jail? Like, really? Huh. I mean, illegal, really? It's prison or jail. Like, they're there for being illegal. Oh. What the fuck? Why? Why'd they make it so bad? Yeah, but that's just dumb because cigarettes aren't illegal. Like, cigarettes themselves aren't illegal. I mean, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. The currency isn't the problem. It's what the currency is used for. So it's like you're getting in trouble for having currency, not so much for what you had the person do for the currency, but because you have the currency. Like, that's the stupid part. That's just like putting people in prison because they have more than X amount of money, right? Oh, you have $100,000 in your bank account? All right, you're going to prison. It's like, what? Like, money's not illegal. Using your money to do illegal things is illegal. I mean, I see the premise and the idea behind, you know, making it illegal to have it, or contraband, or, you know, substance that shouldn't be in a specific area, kind of like smoking in like restaurants and bars, right? You're not allowed to do it. I get it, but it's not really the problem, right? The cigarette isn't the problem. Yeah, but the problem is, it's like you're getting rid of the currency, but you're not solving the actual problem. Like, that's the problem. Is like, that's just like saying, hey guys, we're gonna try and get rid of murder by adding a law that makes it illegal to do it. They're still going to do it, right? Like, exactly. So like, you're putting a band-aid on it. You're like, oh, it's illegal. You're not allowed to do it. Don't do it because it's bad. But that doesn't stop people from doing it. Same thing with like using cigarettes to make people do bad things. You get rid of the cigarettes, they're just going to use some other form of currency in some way, shape, or form to make people still do what they want them to do. Like I said, don't get me wrong, people will do dumb things for cigarettes or for whatever they want, like coke or meth or whatever. They'll do whatever they want to get those items. If they really want cigarettes that bad, oh, they'll kill somebody, they'll rob somebody, you know, they'll beat someone down, they'll do whatever, and that's what the problem is, right? The problem isn't that cigarette, it's the people that will do stupid things to get what they want. And at the end of the day, there's no way to fix the human condition. Like, I've talked about this before, and I had a somewhat realization when I had a bad dream one day that, like, if someone ever came at me to like kidnap my wife or to hurt me or to rob my house, I wouldn't let them live. So hear me out, hear me out. It's illegal to kill someone in most states if they enter your house, unless there's extreme, you know, certain circumstances that meet criteria depending on the state you live in. Most states, you know, unless it's self-defense, clearly self-defense, and they have an actual weapon, you can't actually kill them, even though they're in your house. You know, blah, 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 blah. But I'm going to look at it this way. If I was to beat this person down, restrain them, the cops arrest them, put them in jail. Let's say they go to jail for 10 years. What's to stop them? Yeah. What's to stop them from coming back to my house and lighting it on fire while I'm sleeping and then killing me and my family? What's to stop them from planning something while they're in prison or whatever and coming and finding me or my family out, you know what I mean, having somebody else do it? Like, so my thought is, if you're going to do something illegal, what's to stop you from doing something illegal down the road that I won't be able to foresee or stop? Because I'm not going to know you're going to, you know, come at me from the shadows, blah, blah, blah. So I would rather you just die. Now, this is obviously a little, what's the word I'm looking for? Extreme in most cases. Obviously, it's a sliding scale of, you know, circumstances to determine it, but I feel like if you do some sort of violent crime and you were to quote unquote go to jail for it, I think you should just never breathe another day. Because, yes, very, very, very rare instances do people change their ways and actually go straight and narrow going forward, right? But most of the time, they just go right back to doing bad things. And what's, like I said, a restraining order is not going to fix it. You know, telling cops, hey, this guy got out. He tried to murder me before. What's to stop him from murdering me again? Oh, we'll keep an eye on him. Oh, I'm dead. Thanks. Thanks for keeping an eye on him. Uh-uh. Jesus Christ. Stardew's going. Slow and steady. I mean, that's kind of my point, though. It's like, obviously, yeah. So my thought is like, we have so there's a lot of things that go into like what I was thinking, but like, at the end of the day, it boils down to like, well, even 3 strikes doesn't change the problem. Like I said, yeah, but what I'm getting at is like, that means you get 2 guaranteed get out of jail free cards. That you do it, you get out of jail, you do it again, you get out of jail, and then you're like, all right, never doing it again now because I got away with it twice. Yeah, that's why I had to go down here. But so what I was getting at is like, we spend so much money for these people being in jail, right? Just for them to get out, do bad things, hurt more people, to go back to jail, to then get out to hurt more people, to then go back to jail, to then get out and hurt more people, right? It's that kind of thing that, why don't we just put them to death? Like I said, it's extreme. It's obviously there's more to it, but the gist is, why don't we just enforce the death penalty on more things, just so we don't have to pay so much taxes on these people. We don't have to worry about our families going into the future, because very rarely, like I said, what is it, less than 5% or something, or less than 1% actually change their ways. Don't get me wrong, that sucks for the 1%, but hey, sorry, depending on what you did. Yeah, it's going, cat. Slow and steady, man. That still doesn't fix the problem. I'm just gonna throw it out there. Like, depending on why you're in jail, obviously it would depend on the situation of if it, you know, you got death penalty or not. I just feel like we're so against ending people's lives for doing bad. We're like, oh, they can be rehabilitated, or, huh? Well, that's what I'm saying. It depends on what you did. Now, if you, let's say you robbed a store, okay, you were under bad circumstances, you robbed a store. It wasn't anything against that person. It wasn't against anybody in there. And you went to jail, you went to jail, right? No one was hurt. No one was what? Okay, I don't think you should die for that, right? But if you deliberately break into someone's house and hurt them, or intentionally target someone to kidnap them, or you do murder somebody intentionally, or maybe that person wasn't the intended person or the intention, but you were intending to kill someone regardless. Just that one person just happened to be the person you did kill, like second degree murder, more or less, right? that kind of stuff is different. You kidnap somebody, you rape somebody, you know, you fucking hold someone against their will, whatever, right? All that really bad stuff, death penalty. But here's the problem with death penalty. How long do they stay on death row before they finally give them the death penalty? That's the problem. Because there's all these appeals, or all the years. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If they just had more harsh punishments for doing the really bad stuff, it would happen less often, in my opinion. But at the end of the day, at the beginning, it would still happen. But people would actually see they're following through, and people would do it less. But here's the thing. I feel like majority of those people that are doing it are repeat offenders. So the repeat offenders wouldn't be there anymore. The people seeing that the punishments are harsh and you aren't going to really get away with it. So there's less people willing to want to do it at that point. So it'll whittle down the numbers quite a lot on people wanting to do that really harsh shit. Like I said, accidental deaths, that'll happen, right? You get into a car accident, someone dies, sure, whatever. You're driving drunk, okay, cool. You're not allowed to drive again. We need to put better things in place to make sure you can't drive. But like most things you can come back from. But there's certain things like kidnap, torture, rape, murder, like certain things like that, like you can't come back from those. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like if someone tried to steal a kid, I don't care if they're a non-violent person. I don't care if they have a weapon. I don't care if no one's life's in danger. I will kill them. Like I said, I might get in trouble for saying something like that. I don't really care. And I might go to jail for doing it. But the world is a better place without that person in it. So, yeah. Oh, I wouldn't doubt it. Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, so that's the one thing that I do know is like I've talked to people that were in jail before, and those are the one people that don't do well in jail. Yeah, because everybody has a kid. Yep. Yep. Anything with a kid, you instantly have a problem in jail, and rapists to a point. But yes, they're definitely on the top of the list as well. Definitely. Death by snoo snoo. No, no idea what you're talking about. Jesus. What the fuck? Oh god. Well, that's kind of what I was getting at. Is like death by snoo snoo. It's like, hey, you want to rape women? All right, dudes are gonna rape you until you can no longer be raped. Like, you know what I mean? Like, death penalty by snoo snoo. Let's go. You won't like it, I promise. I mean, that's the thing. Is like, even if they do that, they can still find a way. They can get someone else to do it for them. They can, you know, do other things. Yeah. Yeah. There's some fucked up people. They're like, oh my god. Oh, I idolize you. Blah, 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 blah. Show me your ways. You know what I mean? The apprentice bullshit. It happens all the time. Well, I was saying, I think karma's a bitch. It's like eye for an eye kind of thing. It's like, If you rape somebody, you should be raped till death. If you murder somebody, however you did it, it should be done back to you. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's that simple. And if you think about it back in the day, it was kind of that way. You know, yeah, it was a wild, wild west. People kind of did whatever they want. And, you know, law was kind of loosely followed. But at the end of the day, like, I feel like, yes, you weren't safer because the law wasn't, you know, as enforced because there wasn't as many law people. But if someone did something wrong, the community was kind of in the same consensus as, yes, burn him at the stake. But it had to be, like, legit proven. No idea, I've been fishing. Wouldn't let me out in town when I wanted to go. But yeah, like, I don't know, that was just my thought, and it's like, because, like, at the end of the day, like, it sounds silly, but, like, saving tax dollars for more appropriate, like, people that need it, or, you know, better uses of that money to, like, put towards other things, like shelters and rehabilitation of people that have been wronged, you know, or hurt, or whatever. Yeah, you're not wrong, Kat. Yeah. Well, I mean, my main thing is like they get 3 meals, they get somewhere to sleep, they get somewhere to have a shower and a bath. But you have all these people that are homeless because they can't afford things or they have bad times or hard times or whatever. And we're spending all this money to have guards and buildings and facilities to house all these evil people and feed them and clothe them and bathe them and everything, but we can't do anything for the homeless. Like, not now don't get me wrong, like obviously like there's double-edged sword with that, right? Like if we don't put them somewhere, right, then we have to just like insta like firing squad people. Like that's just wrong. There has to be some sort of judicial system in place to make sure the right people are getting punished and for the right reasons and so on and so forth. But like I feel like that money could be better used elsewhere. Like instead of having such big facilities to house so many people and to pay so many guards. I have no idea, Kat. Yeah. I mean, they make money. They definitely make money. I mean, it should be a non-profit, yeah. But that's what I'm saying is like if we weren't paying government money towards, you know, privately owned facilities, because I'm pretty sure they're subsidized by the government, right? Plus they make money off of like working parties and doing jobs and a bunch of other miscellaneous things that they make money doing, right? So it's just like I feel like if we were repurposing that money towards more beneficial things, shit, helping veterans out, helping the, you know, making facilities for homeless people, right? Why don't you make a jail for homeless people, right? I mean, it it could have been New Orleans after the one hurricane came through and wiped everything out, but I don't know. I don't know. That's just kind of like my thought on the whole situation. It's like it's extreme and it's definitely not a full thought out plan or idea. It's just like the rough draft of it is we should definitely not let super violent individuals exist. Oh yeah, that shit was crazy. Hmm. Yeah. I thought it was a bus. Oh, okay. I thought I was like, man, is this another one? Yeah, because wasn't the guy just standing behind her and just decided to stab her and just run off? Hmm. Interesting. Yep, that's why I don't go out in public very often and why I will never use public transportation. People are fucking crazy. Yeah, some random dude. Yeah, that's just crazy. I don't know. People are just fucking crazy, man. Okay? Yeah, something like that. Yeah. I mean, it's possible. Like I said, there's so many tinfoil hats that sometimes can be actually true. People be evil, man. That's why, like I said, I don't really like people. I don't like humanity as itself. It's just really awful. Very, very small percentage of the population is actually truly nice to each other. Huh. Okay. Oh. Yeah. I don't really get it. I'm just here for the ride. Bro, I'm literally just here for the ride. I'm just fishing. I think the 3 months that we've been doing this, I've done nothing but fish. I did a little bit of mining. I did a little bit of zombie killing or whatever, but I've literally just fished for like 9/10 of it, and I still haven't finished the achievement. Mainly because we haven't made it to all the seasons, but also I don't have a list up of what I'm missing to know what season or what time slash what weather it needs to be and all. Like I don't have that up to like verify it all. I mean, it's not a big deal. I was just saying, like, that's like without having it up and like seeing what I'm missing and like, yeah, so I'm missing a whole lot. Like whatever this porcupine looking thing is, whatever this squid looking thing. It looks like shark. I don't know. Yeah, so this looks like another type of like algae. And then I don't know. Like I said, there's like anglerfish, sea monster. Yeah. Like I said, like there's a whole lot here that I'd have to like, and I think some of these are legendary fish. So it's just like I'm never gonna get that achievement done. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I'm never gonna get the achievement done, but maybe I should just pull up a list and start working on them. All right, so pufferfish says it's an ocean during summer. I can't do that one. Let's scroll down and find the next one we're missing. Uh, well, I just pulled up a list of all the fish, and I was just scrolling through to find the next one. Because I think the next one is perch, which says winter, and then octopus, summer. My question is, like, wasn't I already fishing in summer before, and I didn't somehow find an octopus or a pufferfish? Okay, maybe that's fine. All right, what is winter? Was well, that's what I'm at right now. So ghost fish is 20 and 60, all seasons, so that's easy. Stonefish is level 20. So yeah, we can do that. I'll do it tomorrow. Back to base. Yeah, so we'll start working on those. I would like to see what else is in fall though first, because if those can be fished in any season, I want to make sure I get all the fall ones first. So I'm probably I'm gonna sort it by season. I'm gonna sort it by season. All right, so fall. Fall is salmon, which we have. Cucumber, which we have. Tiger trout, which I know I have. This alabascore, I have. Walleye, which we have. The midnight carp, okay, we have that. Spring and fall anchovies, small bass, I have. Eel, fish. 13. All right, so I have all the fall fish. Looks like. Well, except for this one. Shad. Oh, I do have it. Never mind. Well, I sorted it by season, but like I went through all the fall ones and the ones that had fall next to it. And I scrolled down a little bit further, and there was another one that randomly had fall. Yeah, most of these do have multiple seasons. That's the problem. So there's another section. It says night market fish. It says difficulty and behavior, and it says like next to the midnight squid, it says 55 stinker. What does that mean? Yeah, it says winter 15 to 17. Um, there's three. So I see midnight squid, spookfish, and blobfish, but they all like next to the difficulty slash behavior. One says 55 sinker, one says 60 dart, one says 75 floater. Huh? Okay, possible. All right, so I have all the fall ones, so I can go and work on the all. We'll do that tomorrow. Yeah, guys, sorry for the weird conversation and tonight. Uh, I didn't mean to have such an awkward, weird, just thing. If it bothered any of you, I'm sorry. I just kind of just came up while in your chat with. Oh, probably. Everybody got real quiet. Hey, we'll kill us all. there's a lot of other things like what are the circumstances, what are the reasonings, why, how much, who, how they went about doing it. You know, did they hurt anybody doing it intentionally or unintentionally? Like, 1,000 other things. That's what I'm saying. Everything has a sliding scale. You have to look at the entire thing from circumstances leading up to it to everything that happened during to everything that happened after, just to kind of get a real get. And that's the thing. It's like with a sliding scale like that, it's all left up to a judgment call at the end of the day. There's no white and black written thing that says you do this under this circumstance, under this is what happens. You can't really just set black and white standards. But there are certain limits that if you go over a certain thing, answer is always death. Like that kind of thing. Uh, I am hungry though. I'm gonna go microwave a couple pieces of pizza while we're waiting on time. It's midnight. I'll be right back. Guys, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go microwave a couple pieces of pizza while we're waiting on the data reset. Um, okay, give me a few. Like I said, hey, I'm sorry about the weird conversation. I know some of you don't care. I know some of you do, and some of you are like some of those people have already left. I just wanted to make it clear that that was just like a hypothetical, just conversation, just thought that popped into my head, one day. And like I said, in no way, shape, or form should you worry about what I said. I'm an idiot. Oh, all right, I'm back. Yeah, and like I said, I'll try and refrain from doing any more stoner talk the rest of the night, guys, because that's basically what that conversation was. It was a big, like, you get really stoned with your friends, and you're like, guys, you know what I just thought about? What if? like, you know, that's what I felt like it was. That's funny. 100%. They call me like, hey, you gonna come pick up your kid? I'm like, my what? I mean, that's funny though. Like, we have your kid. It's like, okay, what do you want for him? Yes, it's so funny. All right, so let's take a look. Fishies West. All right, so beam we have somewhere. Largemouth bass, carp, pretty sure. Yep. All right, ghost fish, stonefish, ice pip, lava. Okay, so let's go kitchen floor 20. Eh. Oh, I totally thought we were talking about work for some reason. Hmm. Hmm. Chickens probably eating each other. Yeah, I was up there microwaving my pizza, and I'm like, you know, that conversation was like a stoner conversation. Yeah, I remember when I was younger, and like, I'd go to a friend's house, and they'd all be like smoking. Like, man, have you ever thought about this? I'm like, yeah, it's called this. And they're like, oh, man, you're so smart. I was like, no, I'm just not stoned. Interesting. Let's fish, let's go. Oh, I have a story about that too. So, I wouldn't, I think shit turned to carbon. Me and my cousin got so drunk one night. We were so fucking hungry. We couldn't go anywhere. We were fucking literally hammered. Like, oh, we have a pizza. Put that shit in the oven. We were so hungry we couldn't let it cook all the way. So we were pulling it out and we're like, oh, this looks done. So we cut it. And as we're trying to like pick it up, it's so doughy. It was like folding between our fingers and like drooping and sagging. Oh my god, bro. We were. Oh yeah, we took a bite and it was stringy, like just straight like raw dough, just stringing. I'm like, man, this is so good. No, the oven was on. No. So we put it in, but it was on cardboard. And we were supposed to cook it for like 18 minutes, and we cooked it for like 8. And we're like, bro, how long has it been? It's like, I don't know, man. We open it, it's like, oh, it looks done. Let's eat it. And I'm like, I don't know about this dough, man. This dough doesn't look right. He's like, it's fine, it's fine. And then after he ate his first piece, he's like, I don't think I feel so good. I'm like, what do you mean? It was great. And I ate like the whole fucking pizza. Bro, I was so hungry. The next day, I was like, yeah, probably shouldn't have ate that. But I'm known to have a cast iron stomach. Like, everybody knows me as the cast iron stomach because I can literally eat almost anything and not get sick from it. In my life, I've only gotten food poisoning once, and it was Taco Bell because I had too much bad sour cream. I mean, I'm talking, I had 3 soft taco supremes, I had nacho bel grande, and then I had something else with more sour cream, and I ate somebody else's food as well. I literally had like maybe 10 tacos worth of sour cream. And the next morning, I was like yakking everywhere. And they're like, are you good? You never throw up. I was like, yeah, it was definitely Taco Bell. Like, I knew that sour cream didn't taste right. But like, I've eaten basically raw chicken. I ate a 2-week-old Hot Pocket that was sitting on my buddy's bed that had a bite taken out of it. I ate shit. Bro, we were so hungry. We were hanging around his house. We were playing video games. And I'm like, bro, I'm hungry. You got anything? He's like, no, I don't got anything. He's like, you got anything? I was like, no, because we were next to our neighbors. But no. I'm like, bro, we gotta have something in this house. And we're digging in both of our houses. Can't find anything. And I sit down on his bed and I hear a tink. And I'm like, what the fuck is that? I look over. There's a plate on the edge of his bed up against the wall. And I see a Hot Pocket on it. I'm like, bro, you got a Hot Pocket? He's like, dude, that thing's been there for like 2 weeks. And I'm like, can I have it? Yeah, I put it in a microwave and just ate it. Yeah, like I said, my friends were just like, yeah. I think they call me the cast iron stomach. Like, okay, so we were in the military. We had to come into work on a Saturday, do some work, and we're all sitting there. We're like, oh, let's order some pizza. So we ordered, I think it was 3 large pizzas for me and a bunch of the people that were working over the weekend. And then, we go home. Sunday goes by. We come back to work on Monday, and the pizza's still sitting out on the tables. I 100% ate the pizza. I ate a meat lover's pizza, a pepperoni pizza, a cheese pizza, and then they had this like pineapple, almost a Hawaiian, but not quite. It was like pineapple and sausage or some shit. I ate all of it. I think it was like a large and a half that I ate worth of leftover pizza, like 3 days and sitting out on the counter. Like I said, they call me the cat's iron stomach, bro. Yeah. Yeah. They always made fun of me, man. They always did. Anytime there was leftovers, like, hey, John will eat it. Yeah. But I've gotten to the point where I don't even look at expiration dates in the fridge anymore. I've eaten things that are so out of date. It's unreal. My wife's like, did you eat that? I'm like, yeah. Why? Oh, for example, we had mozzarella pesto chicken. And it was in the fridge, We threw away a bunch of things that I knew were old. But I left it in there because I didn't know how long it'd been in there because my sense of time is fuck. I'll be like, oh yeah, the other day. She's like, you mean 3 years ago? I was like, yeah, same difference, whatever, right? And I saw it in there and I didn't think anything of it. It's been in there for like 2 days, 3 days max. And then the next day I ate it, middle of the night snack. My wife's like, you ate that? I'm like, yeah. She's like, it's been there for like 3 weeks. I'm like, tastes good. What? I don't know. I feel fine. Yeah, like I don't know what it is. So this all started when I was a kid. I used to. Oh, it's gonna sound disgusting. Before bed, I always want something to drink, and I got used to having milk before bed. So I pour myself a large glass of milk. I drink like half of it. I would drink half my milk, put it on like nightstand, go to sleep, wake up in the morning, and drink the rest of it. Yeah, it's like 8 hours, 10 hours, you know. Well, it's not just warm milk. It's I've been sitting out in the warmth for like 8 to 10 hours. So it's not sour milk and it's not curdled, but it's getting there. And like to this day, anytime my wife wants me to check on, like, she needs to check milk, she brings it to me. She's like, "Can you tell me if this is bad?" I take a sip. I'm like, "Oh, yep, that's disgusting." Don't drink the cereal. And I was eating. I was like, "Man, this tastes funky." Yeah, 100% milk was bad. I ate it, and the next day, my wife got up and she sees milk. Like, "Oh, I'm gonna throw this milk away." I was like, "Why?" Because it's bad. I'm like, "What do you mean? I had it this morning." She's like, "You drank this morning?" I'm like, "Yeah." But I had a bowl of cereal. And she pours it out and chunks were coming out of it. Alright, so I don't look at shit. I don't have to. I don't get sick. I've literally gotten sick twice, and both times was out of date sour cream. Oh, got the stonefish. Let's go. Mm-hmm. I would ate the shit out of him. Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, I've never had bad food like that at like an actual restaurant. Like undercooked or like raw or whatever, but like been at like a friend's house at a barbecue or something. I just remember this. Oh my god, the guy was in charge of the grill or whatever. He was cooking things, you know, whatever. People were like, "Yeah, it's, you know, great, whatever." And then he, you know, pulled some chicken off, and I started eating it, and I was like, "Damn, this shit's juicy, tasty." I'm eating the shit out of it. And someone's like, "Hey, my chicken's raw." He's like, "Oh, okay," and he threw it back on the grill. And another person came back and said, "Theirs was raw." Another person, another person, another person. The guy looks, is like, "Why is everybody bringing their chicken back? Like, why is everybody saying the chicken's raw?" And he looked at me. He's like, "Is yours raw?" And I looked at it. I said, "Oh, I ate it." And I had another piece. And he's like, "Let me look at that piece." And we cut it open. It was literally raw. He's like, "You ate that piece?" I was like, "Yeah." It was good. He's like, "Bro, every single piece has been raw. I guess I didn't have the heat up enough or something." I was like, "Okay. Which point?" He's like, "You're gonna get sick." I was like, "I'll be fine." But yeah, like it's so funny. We'll go to like those types of things. People are always like, "Oh, it's undercooked. It's undercooked. It's gonna kill me." I'm over there just scarfing it down. Like he's fine. Yeah, like my stomach's like, "Oh, that didn't kill me." Well, we learned from that mistake, bro. I don't know what it is. Sour cream and shellfish, the only two things that have ever made me throw up. And shellfish wasn't because of like it was bad. It was just because I don't think my stomach likes it. Either I'm allergic to it or my stomach just fucking hates it. Oh. Oh, that's it. Yep, that happens. Yeah, that's the worst. Food poisoning is one of the worst reasons to throw up. Yeah. Yeah, I'll definitely say the last time I ever threw up, or I was ever like really sick. Like I've been sick to the point where I didn't want to get out of bed because like I had a fever or whatever. But I was like throwing up, shitting myself or anything like that. The last time that happened was boot camp, and before that it was like 8 years. I never really get sick, but boot camp, bro, the worst I've ever been sick in my entire life. And I've gone to the hospital for bronchitis. This was worse. That shit was called like VG or whatever. It only exists in boot camp. You will never catch this out in public. It's this boot camp fucking cold that just sweeps through the barracks for everybody that's there. It is the most fucking contagious thing I've ever seen. Like it was so contagious. The first person that got it, they put him in a different barracks by himself, and the whole barracks still got sick. And it's one of these things that, bro, it is fucked. Like you take one sip of water, you're shitting out your ass and your mouth at the same time for like an hour. So you can't eat, you can't drink, and even if you do, you literally have a trash can on your lap while you're shitting yourself and throwing up at the same time. It was awful. Not exaggerating, like I kind of did that. Like I was sitting there, I was on the toilet for like I don't know, maybe 45 minutes to an hour. And what's bad is when you have 80 other people and there's only like 10 shitters, like you have to take turns. And I was like, bro, I'm just gonna go lay in the shower. I don't know what turned on because it's like we have a big open shower with like 20 shower heads. I turned on like 5 of them in a corner, and I just laid down in the heated freaking water and just laid there. It's like, and then I used to do that at home too. Like anytime I didn't feel well, I just turn on the hot water, lay in the bottom of the tub, and like that's kind of what started my whole bathroom sitting thing. Just it's comfortable. But bro, I just laid there, and someone came in. It's like, bro, who's in the shower? I was like, me. They see me over in the corner just dying, like dry heaving and throwing up everywhere. And he's like, bro, that's such a good idea. And like 15 other people came and joined me in the shower. We're all just naked, just laying on the floor, just like, oh my god, bro. Just let us die. That is literally the worst I've ever been sick. I've never had a cold that made it come out this both ends simultaneously. Like, yeah, it's come out both ends, but separately. Like when you're throwing up and you're like your stomach's like doing the whole churning and it's like you're forcing it up. That tightness. That tightness would make things come out the other side. It was so awful. Yeah, it was the worst. All right, so we're doing good. Once we catch the lava eel, um, is it? Next thing is like the desert, for these two other fish. Don't have to just pay for it. How much is it again? 500? It's not too bad. Especially if I'm going to fish, because I'll make that money back. But yeah, those are just for the all-season ones. There's two desert fish. One's a scorpion carp, and then one's a sandfish. And then I gotta scroll down the list a little bit further to see if there's anything else I'm missing. We getting this achievement. Maybe not today, because we still gotta make it to winter, I think. And then I probably missed a few from the other seasons. Bro, I've been playing the shit out of the RuneScape 3's league, Atlas League. Which is literally not worth playing, FYI. Like... Pringle? Oh, bingo. Oh, is that up right now? Time of the month? Yeah, but other things are even worse than that. Like Year of the Seal, you know? The Zodiac things. I don't think so. Because there's supposed to be 4 of them, and they're supposed to be segregated throughout the year. No. I'd have to look it up. Check, go lay down. Trying to find a schedule for Year of the Seal. I'm working on it right now. It's like Jerry, right? Move, cat! Go! Yeah, it's New Year. I'm just trying to find out like how long, you know what I'm saying, like you were saying. Yeah, so like Great Spook, right? Is every October. Skyblock's anniversary, every real life June 11th for 7 days. Raffle of the Century, every 100th year in Skyblocks. Yeah, we got lucky on that one. Um, Okay, so it's not as bad as it's fucking stop it, cat. Um, it's a recurring event that happens every 12 skyblocks years. So that's what I'm saying. It lasts for one skyblocks a year, which translates to approximately 5 real life days. So if 1 year is 5 days, yeah, yeah, that's not too bad. Well, I don't think it was 12. I thought it was 6, or at least 4, or something like that. Because if it's every 60 days, one comes out. Yeah, but what I'm getting at is like if they're only separated by like 60 days, like you'd have to cram 12 of them in 60 days. That's a lot. Every day would be or every 5 days would be a different thing that you're just farming, unless you already have it. That could be obnoxious. I mean, I could see it happening. I mean, it depends on what the card is, honestly, because some of them are pretty easy. That's what you're saying, and I couldn't bring myself to doing it. That's crazy. How's that even possible? Huh. That's crazy. It's crazy. Still, the most crazy thing I've actually seen in Hypixel was that video of the guy that's like the number one, um, what's that shit? Stranded. The number one stranded guy. That was crazy. Stranded can suck it. What's the witch's swamp? Do we have that yet? I don't think we're there yet. Wait, you said something in strength? Like what? Farm strength? Oh yeah, I don't need to walk there. I just want to see what things are. All right, so a lot of these I can't do. Forest, waterfall, ginger. That's not hard because all the low level stuff you can do. Ender pearl things, yeah. You can throw the ender pearls and like land on them, and that one's gonna suck. 81 pig minion? What? Huh. Doable. Okay, the sugarcane would take quite a while, not gonna lie. I mean, it'll just take a while just to get it into the farm, because you got to get to the level of the farm, and then you put it in place, and then you're off to the races. Like, that's easy. I think the pig would take you a little while. The strength might take you a bit. 30k mithril. Yeah, it's not bad. It's about auto picking it up or getting the materials so you can just make it. Like I said, most of it doesn't sound bad. I think 100 strength would take a hot minute though. That's a lot of combat. Hmm. Oh, because you can just reforge it to strength, right? And like boost it that way. Alright, I can see that. Or like doing your anoint thing or whatever. I can't remember what it's called, the power. I got jellyfire. Just need this stupid eel. Oh yeah, so what I was saying earlier when you were reading all that stuff, um, a couple of these fish, obviously we're not there yet, so I can't catch them, but they're like, what's one called? Secret Woods, the, Witch's Swamp, and Ginger Island or whatever. So there's a few of those I won't be able to catch until we get to that point. Yep, which is the goal, obviously, but I want to get this achievement done. I got a lot of that. That's not too bad. Well, how do you even farm hardwood? Oh, okay. I don't know if I've been there. Part lady? I don't remember. Don't remember. One thing at a time. Catch me a lava fish. Yeah, too bad sitting in a hot shower isn't like a long-term solution. Come on, eel. It can be. I remember anytime I ever was in like a hotel room, I like literally rented a hotel room when I was in the military just to take like a really long hot shower. Like all weekend, I think I spent like 20 hours in the shower, like all weekend long. Oh, I think this is the eel. Bro, how do they expect you to catch a fish that goes from the bottom to the top right back to the bottom within like less than a second? But the bobber's not gonna change like how fast he moved from the bottom to the top to the bottom again. The thing has to actually have a travel time. Yeah, but what I mean is like the thing can only go up so fast and it can only go down so fast. So like the fish moves that damn fast. Like fuck you, fish. I mean, obviously a lot of RNG goes into like what pattern you get. Sits there. Yeah. Yeah, that's what this one was. It was like instantly when I caught it, it went right to the top, and then it went to the middle and idled, and then it went right to the top, right to the bottom, right to the top, right to the bottom. I'm like, bro, how am I supposed to keep up with that? Like, if this mini game was done differently, you could definitely do it. But since you have to use the left click to pull it to the top, and it's like momentum based, there's no way to keep up with something that jerks like that. Like I said, yeah, even with a bobber having it bigger or it has less decrease when you're out of range or whatever, like that still doesn't change like the sporadic movement being absolutely absurdly hard to follow. I almost had it too. I had him like 3/4 away caught. And then he's like, you know what? I'm gonna go to the bottom, I'm gonna go to the top, and I'm gonna go right back to the bottom, and that just killed me. And that's what they make lava bombs for. How about we just use lightning? Electrocute your ass. I mean, I hear a lot of good things about mods in a lot of other games. It's just I'm not a huge fan of like don't get me wrong, like I played Minecraft for years without mods, and it was fun. It was fine, and like I got bored of it. But the only way that I can enjoy it now is to play with mods. And there's not enough games in the world that I've put enough time into that it requires me to play with mods to enjoy it. Because either A, I don't enjoy it enough to wanna keep playing it, let alone to get mods to reinvigorate my willpower to want to play it. I've never played it. I have it. I wanted to play it. I never got into it yet. I've watched a lot of it. I'm also kind of weary on mods lately because DMCA is starting to hit modders now. Yeah, there's a lot of mods through Steam that are just disappearing randomly with no warning. And they're just going poof out of nowhere because Steam's getting hit with these quote unquote DMCAs for these mods, and their solution is to just delete it. So like, because that's the thing. It's like, so Steam isn't technically liable for the DMCA, like to pay for the DMCAs for people modding, unless they don't take action when the DMCA is proposed to them. Or the infraction. If they propose the infraction to them and then they don't do something about it, then Steam is liable and is on the hook for paying fines and stuff like that. So what they do is like the second they get it, they just instantly take it down with no questions, and then you can put in an appeal, have it like reinstated, like to put back up. Yeah, so you have to go through the process to get it put back on there to prove blah blah blah. So a lot of mods are just going poof right now, and a lot of them aren't going to come back. So it's kind of one of those, do I want to download a mod that's just going to go poof possibly? Like, I wonder how far the DMCA is going to go. Like, if there is something that's caught and it does get in trouble, does it trickle down past the person that made it into the people that are using it? You know what I mean? It shouldn't. But that's the same thing that could be said for like playing on private servers of games that are, you know, getting in trouble for DMCA because they're copywriting like the whole game files and stuff like that, right? Like that's just like Twitch banning people for playing on private servers of certain games. Like, what does Twitch have to do with that? You know, me playing on a private server? Yeah, I'm quote unquote playing on a server. They can. I've seen it in. I googled it. I googled it when we were talking about Ragnarok, and people were stating that you can, obviously it's bad to play on private servers. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying though. Like, if it's found that you are playing on a third party, or DMCA, freaking whatever, you can be banned because you like Twitch's policy of cheating, quote unquote, probably expands into the gray area of playing on private servers. And if it's yeah, so it's like as long as you're not confirmed caught playing on these servers, they won't do anything about it. But that's why it's not even worth streaming, playing on a third party, website or whatever. And at the same time, like I don't like doing it anyway, so I think I've done it when I was a kid and like maybe once ever since then. I don't really like third party because I don't trust people with my information. But it's more than that. They see your MAC address, they see your IP address, they see your Windows key. They see everything from the hardware and the software side of your computer. So it allows for them to like spoof to say they are who, you instead, so they can use your information to make themselves look like you and then do things with that information posing as you and get things pointed in your direction instead of their direction, which is even more illegal. Next thing you know, you got FBI showing up at your house. You're like, "Oh, were you Googling how to create a bomb?" I was like, "What?" That Jesus. That's crazy. Yeah, people want to abuse that. People want to abuse that. I promise. Yeah. Oh, I saw Bitcraft went on sale. I'm like so torn to buy it, but I'm like, why buy it when I know it'll be free down the road? It's the one where it's like kind of like RuneScape-esque, where you just go around and you like chop trees and you like build up the cities, take over territory. On Steam. Yeah. It's a game that came out not that long ago that I've been waiting on. Where you like your town, you start off with like making a town, which can turn into a city, and the more people that like join it, and you go up like the different tiers, you can turn into like an actual capital city, and like you can fight for territory over other capital cities, and become a kingdom more or less over time. But it looks sick. It looks like something I would love grinding materials on. It's just like I was reading reviews and recently people with like 500 to 1,000 hours are like quitting the game because they're just like they're unhappy with the way that the devs are going about it. But obviously this is like one of those everybody has a different experience when it comes to a video game. Some people don't have any problems and then there's other people that are having these problems. Because some people are trying to claim that like they have a Discord, right, an official Discord for the game, and well, supposedly they have like a section in the Discord that's like for basically people to give feedback on things that should be changed or modified. And these people are claiming that people are putting in like requests for things or ideas, and the devs are deleting them because they don't think it's a problem, or you know they don't want to address it, or whatever the fuck the reasoning is, but they're like just deleting it, and then anybody that like brings up the information is being muted or banned. And then supposedly like if you make a comment about Discord in the game, you get banned. So like supposedly because the thing with the chat. Well, that's what I'm saying. So this is what I was getting at. Is like, so there's a couple of people that have like the most helpful, posts or whatever you see like that are at the top. Like the one guy's complaining about how like since the game only has open world chat and DMs, and the DMs are bugged to where that sometimes your DMs just go to opposing faction like guild chat rooms instead of the person you're trying to send it to. So you basically can only talk in open chat. So people are supposedly getting banned for giving out their Twitch names, or for making comments about, hey, let's talk in Discord instead and stuff like that. And there's people that are refuting this, saying, I've been playing for 800 hours. And I know many people that put their Twitch in and tell people they're going live and, talk about, their Discords or whatever, blah, blah, blah. And nobody I know has gotten banned. It's like, there's two sides of the story. Like, one person's like saying this stuff, and another person's saying that none of it's true. So it's like, which one is true? It's just like watching the fucking news. Yeah, the game looked cool, Dig, but I watched like a really top tier player and it made me not want to play it. Even though I kind of do want to play it, because he was breaking the game. He had like 2 frames per second, and he was like 30 minutes into a run, just like AFK. He was literally alt-tabbed out of the game. That's how strong his character was. So obviously there's like builds in the game that are just ridiculous. But yeah, like I said, there's people complaining about like a lot of things, like how like certain skills aren't being changed or fixed, and obviously some of the stuff you take with a grain of salt. Like I guess they came out with sailing, and when sailing first came out, that there was bots like macroing it, and then they turned it off because they didn't want people macroing it and like cheating. But they didn't take away any of the progression anybody made, aka the cheaters that were cheating it. They didn't get any of it reverted, none of it was turned back, they didn't lose any of the progress or the boats or anything that they obtained, and they're still turned off. So like newer people can't get to that point because it's like turned off or some shit. And another guy's like, yes, this happened, but people coming into it now have an easier time of getting through it and getting to that point now. So it's just like I said, it's he said, she said shit right now. It's like, which one do you believe? So it's like I'm really torn, like which one's the truth. But at the end of the day, like I feel like one could have just been a paid person to refute everything that was posted negatively, right? To try and make it seem like, oh, this person's all wrong, I'm all right. So it's like, which one do you believe in? Oh my god. Oh, 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 stupid fish. Ugly fish. Motherfucker. I'm never gonna catch this stuff. I almost failed like within like 1 second, because the second it spawned, it went right to the top, and I couldn't catch up to it. So. Yeah, that was crazy. But anyway, yeah, like so I don't know which one's true, like the negative one to make it look worse, or the positive one that's making it look positive. Like which one is like fake, or if they both are real. Like how are they having 2 completely different experiences? Like it's just crazy. But at the end of the day, like even if it is got bad devs or whatever, they're taking bad directions or being really dog shit about like banning people constantly and stuff like that. Supposedly there is that too. One of the persons said that they're their banning system and like the lengths and stuff aren't consistent. Somebody will do something and get like an hour ban, another person will do it and get a week ban. So it's like, yeah, it probably depends on who's doing the bans, and maybe that person's a repeat offender. Maybe they've gotten warnings in the past, right? Like, so I mean, like, there's a lot more to it than that, just that. But like I said, there's supposedly favoritism with a lot of things as well, and it's just fucking crazy. But at the end of the day, like, the game looks cool, and the gist of it is you just farm. And what most people were saying is like they love the game, but it's kind of at a point where it's almost like Eidolon, because you'll go and click on a tree and you'll put it on the other screen and play another game while it's doing this for like 45 minutes. You just periodically look over at it to make sure you're still yeah, yeah, that's basically what they're saying. It's like Melvor Idol but a little bit more active. Jesus, that's crazy. Yeah, probably got a small memory, like, that's crazy. Yeah. I need to reopen my Malvor, but I haven't got around to it. I don't think I'm ever gonna get this lava fish, honestly. That's a yeah. You never know. Coin flip. That's crazy. Bro, this thing is fucking impossible. Yeah, it's fucked. That's just impossible. I get a stupid fish? Give me a stupid fish. But yeah, I got up earlier today, so I'm a little tired. But yeah, basically I was looking at the vote, and only two people voted, you and Cal, which I assumed it was Cal because it was Lotro in this. So I figured, you know, me and you would play this for a hot minute, and then I would switch to Lotro whenever you were done. Oh, fuck you, bitch! Oh, stupid bitch! Yeah. Holy fuck. My eyes were burning. I wanted to blink so bad. My eyes started tearing up because like I was like, I need to blink. I need to blink. That's not even what I was thinking, but hey, that's probably what happened. I was well. The thing is, like, what hit me was I was sitting there. I was like, okay, I know it's gonna be fish. I instantly started going to the top. And I almost overshot it, but I got him to like 90% done. It's like, oh my god, I almost had it. And they like dumped to the bottom. I'm like, no, and they jumped to the top. I was like, god damn it! And I got to like 1%. I was like, almost failed it. I was like, I gotta focus up. And I like slowly dragged it back. Oh my god. Mm-hmm. Cool. Yeah, that's funny. I was looking at this, and it has a difficulty thing with the behavior, which is the thing I was telling you about before. So I think the behavior is more or less like you said, like how they tend to react when you're catching them, like the up and downs and stuff. So the lava eel is the second most difficult according to this list. It's a 90, uh, which is equivalent to the scorpion and carp. But the octopus is supposedly the hardest difficulty. But I think the behavior makes it easier because it's a sinker. So I'm assuming it probably just sits closer to the bottom. Lava eel is mixed, so it goes up, down, sinks, floats, like it does everything. But the scorpion carp could be annoying because it's a dart. So I'm assuming it jumps from place to place. Yeah. So I think mix might be the hardest because you don't know what you're gonna get. Is it gonna go up a little bit? Is it gonna go up a lot? Is it gonna dart from one side to the other? Is it gonna sink straight to the bottom? Is it gonna float right to the top? Like, yeah, Dig. I was watching some other people play, and they were just getting their asses kicked left and right. They're new to it. I do want to get it. I just don't know if I want to spend the money on it. If I'm being honest, that's the only reason why I haven't purchased it yet. Is because I'm just like, I have other games to play. I don't really need the game to pass time, right? It's just I've been watching people play it, and it's been making me want to like make like a standstill build, right? Put enough time into it so I can just make a standstill build like I did with like Vampire Survivors and stuff. Like find the good setup that I can just like literally stand in one spot and just like chill for, X amount of time, move on to the next zone, stay in there. Obviously you got to move around to get totems and chests and stuff. But if I don't have to move much until I like, you know, I have to move kind of thing, then I'm down for it. Those are the types of builds I usually put together, but I don't know. But Tover's about to be getting off here, guys, so we will probably. I was sitting in bed. I hit the no button while I was waiting on him. So yeah, he's gonna go to bed. And we're gonna switch games to Lotro. Yeah, it's fine. We got some done. I got a lot of fish caught, so. Yeah, I saw it was expensive. I saw it on the sale. I was like, why is that so expensive? The game's like 30 years old. Oh, They try to intentionally make it look older. Yeah. We're going to make it look like an idiot made it. Craft? Yeah, that's all I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you look at the reviews, it's like back and forth. Some people are saying, oh, these people are lying, and other people are like, no, they're lying. So, like I said, I don't know if someone's being paid to put negative reviews on it, or if people are being paid to refute the negative reviews. Yeah, so the top two people, yeah, the two top people that had a lot of negative things to say about it, the two most sought out, like the two most commonly like referred to posts, have like 1,000 hours and like 500 hours, and then another guy replies with like another 600 or 800 hours, basically saying nothing but positive things, basically taking their post and picking it apart and giving his own insight to each one of the things that they reviewed negatively of it. Like, so that's what I'm saying. I don't know which one's which. So if you look down, there's another guy. So he basically said, yes, these resources may be missing, but they're adding more resources every day or every patch, every update. They're adding more resources to different zones and different areas to correct, missing resources and lacking of resources. So he's basically saying that it's true that these things may be missing, quote unquote, but they are in process of fixing it because it is early access. So his defense is early access for everything, but it's early access, so they're still working on things. It's early access. There's going to be problems, and he's not wrong, but yeah. All right. Yeah, I'm really torn on it. Like I said, from my understanding, it's supposed to be free when it goes fully released. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, because in the beginning, people were pretty positive about like what they were seeing right off the bat, but then as things are going on, they're seeing the progression it's making and like where the devs are going with it and things that have happened over the time. And that's why there's more negative than there's positive. So that's what I'm saying is like I'm really torn on it. Never heard of it. Oh, I'm not gonna buy Bitcraft. Like I said, Bitcraft's supposed to be free when it full releases, which is what I'm waiting for. I'd probably just buy Mega Bonk if I was gonna spend money on it. It looks cool. The only problem I have with it is like it's just like any other roguelite. It's like at a certain point it's like what's the point? But I mean it kind of is. I'm not saying it's a ripoff. What I'm saying is like the way you play it is the same as any of the other ones. You zone in, you level up, you get specific items, you get a build, you kill things. Exactly like all the other. So it's just like those are the types of games that I enjoy for a short while, but I get bored because it's like once I find like a build that works, I kind of just always go to that same build. over and over again and just let it grind. And there's people that have found builds that literally allow them to stand in the middle of the map and alt tab out of the game. I did not dig. I know that we've been waiting for it. That's what I'm
They've
saying.
started again.
Like, I don't mind playing it, and for a short while, but it wouldn't be like a long-term game for me because it just gets boring after a while. Yeah, it's the leaderboards, and they're getting reset anyway. But yeah, which is whatever. It's like I said, I don't mind if they reset the leaderboards, and it's not like I need to farm for leaderboards. It's just knowing that that is already a thing in the game that you could AFK. Like, I don't like it when you can make a build so strong you don't even have to move. Like, you can literally alt tab out of the game and you don't have to worry about dying. You remember when I played all those roguelites? The one that I enjoyed the most was yet another zombie survivor because you couldn't just stand still. You were forced to non-stop run in that game because the bosses would charge you from across the map. They would throw poison on the ground or scream at you or whatever. You had to dodge this stuff or you just died. You couldn't just, oh, let's pull up paint. Like this, I'm not even exaggerating when I say this. I pulled up a streamer the other day because it was just recommended. And his screen was just yellow. I'm like, what the fuck? All I see is yellow. Like, it was like wonky, distorted yellow. I don't even know if it was bananas. It was so distorted. He was scrolled all the way up, looking straight down at his character, and it just looked like one flat, solid thing of yellow. You couldn't see his character. You couldn't see anything. You couldn't see damage numbers. You literally couldn't see anything but this yellow swirl at the top of the screen. And so he literally alt tabbed out of the game, and someone in his chat was like, hey, I got a challenge for you. Recreate what the game looks like in paint. So he went to paint, took his paint bucket, selected yellow, and just did click right in the middle, and the whole thing turned yellow. And I just started laughing because I was like, that's really what it looks like. And he had 2 frames in the game. That's how laggy his game was, and he was just AFKing. And I don't have a problem with that. But at the end of the day, like, I want something that, yeah, exactly. It's just like playing Eidolon at that point. It's like, oh, I'm on a wave where I'm not gonna die, and it's like really laggy. All right, let's just go play something else while it does whatever it's gonna do. Like, uh, and like obviously getting to that point, Dig made a comment that it takes a lot to get to that point. You have to put a lot of hours in. You have to get a lot of unlocks. You have to do a lot of like messing around, figuring out what works, whatever. Unless you just copy and paste somebody else's build. But bro, like, it's one of those things that's just like, I want to be forced to move. I want to be like, yes, I find a build that I like and I build for it every time. And there is some RNG in like what you get from like chests or what level ups you get and stuff like that. There is some RNG involved in it. But at the end of the day, like, if you could just straight alt tab out of the game, like, I'm not with that. But that's what, like, why roguelites get boring to me. Because at a certain point you find the build like that at some point and the game just becomes trivial. I'm gonna watch this trailer really quick. The Blue Protocol. I mean, the only reason I'm gonna play it is because it's another MMORPG. Honestly, I don't care that it's got the. I mean, not super, but I mean, so there supposedly is a like a pet system that is like you get free pulls and stuff, just like a gacha system, and you could pay real money to pull more. But from what I understand is you don't need those pets to complete the game or to be able to do the end game stuff. It's just best in slot pets that give you slighted like negligible increases compared to what you can get for free. And technically you can get all of them for free, but you don't get very many pulls every week. And the thing with the gacha system is you can turn around and sell your duplicates on the marketplace, and you could, someone for free to play that has in-game currency could buy those duplicates and just get it themselves. So there's pay to win, but whales will always be whales, and free to play players can take advantage of the whales. So at the end of the day, it's Does the combat fun? Is the dungeons fun? You know, like that's all that matters. No, I don't think it'll ever be like that. Like I said, there is some level of gotcha to it, but I don't think it's nothing like that where you can't get gear unless you spend money, basically. Yeah, it looks good. Like I said, as long as the combat's smooth and it's fun and the dungeons are fun, like and like maybe the grinding of like the professions and stuff. Because I'm pretty sure there's like fishing, mining, and stuff like that. So those would be professions to do, which obviously I'm a huge fan of. So like I said, I just something to try. Fuck it. Why not try it if it's free? That's all. That's why I look at it. Uh, yeah. I mean that my boss makes fun of me all the time. He's like, "Why would you want to watch people play video games instead of playing it yourself?" I was like, "To know if I want to play it." Why spend $70 on a video game to try it and hate it when I could watch someone play it for 5 hours and kind of get an idea? Uh huh. I don't remember what they're called, like Game something. I had Game Informer or whatever. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I remember those. I used to have a bunch of those demos and stuff. Yeah, yeah. That's what I was saying at the beginning of the stream is like, hey, what about the sale? I'm like, I'm not gonna spend thousands and thousands of dollars every year on games that I know I'll get my money's worth out of, but at the end of the day, like, I can't afford my food. Well, the thing, it's not that they're not worth it. Like, if I went through every single game that I would get my money's worth out of it, plus some, like, I would like double my amount of hours versus money, if not triple or quadruple, I would still spend thousands of dollars on video games. So I don't even want to start going down the rabbit hole. Well, that's what I'm saying. Most of the games I would buy would be under $10, and I would still spend probably $1,000 easily because there's so many games that I would get. No, but some of them, like if you look at them just at the under $10, not that they're 90% off, but the under $10, there's a lot. Oh, what up, skills? Yeah, there's a bunch of them on there that I saw that were like, oh, that's only $12 right now. Like that's a pretty good deal, and I'm just like, but that's still $12. That's McDonald's. I mean, I don't play single player games, so I've been getting kind of more interested in single player games more recently, just as like a stream thing. Hey, Dig? No, that was Dig chasing me. Like I've just been getting a little bit more interested in possibly playing single player games just as like a stream thing, because like some of them are interesting. Oh, yeah. Yeah, then you ask him like, "Hey, where's my thing?" He's like, "What are you talking about? That's mine." Yeah. Sorry guys, we're just waiting for my cooldown for these. I can go up to the small ones, but wait on these. Yeah. It's still too much, but it's a really good game. I mean, fucking my problem is like I 100% would do Project Zomboid as a community game. 1000% over like Stardew Valley. Yeah, I've watched it. I'm not a huge fan that there's very little content out for you because it's still like super super early. That's the reason why I haven't touched it yet. Is because I want there to be more than two acts. Because I was watching Mods play it the other night, and he's like, "Oh yeah, they just came out with the second act." And I'm like, "Okay, so I'm only gonna get to play like a very small portion." Yeah, I was like 5 years or something stupid. Yeah, a supposedly phenomenal game. Like I've watched a little bit of it. It looks freaking crazy. Wait, is it truly a 12 gig? Because here's my problem: is like a lot of games. Well, that's what I was asking. Is because like some updates they say they're like 30 gigs, but 30 gigs is like re-downloading the entire game and replacing it. That's what I was wondering. Yeah, but that's what I was getting at. Is like so what a lot of game companies have been doing now is like instead of just giving like a small update that just tacks onto what you have, so it's like, hey, this is a 12 gig update, so it makes it from 150 gigs to 162 gigs. And it just tacks on. What they do is you download the new update, but it re-downloads the entire game plus the update. And you need you need the space because it needs to allocate that whole game plus the update and then deletes the old game. It replaces it in a sense, and the reason they do this nowadays is because it helps with having like dead code, dead things, and blah blah blah, and like bad DLL files and like bad corrupted files and things like over the years of like downloading this and downloading this. Yeah, you would think. Yeah, yeah, I think that's why a lot of companies are doing it because I've been pissed about that as well. Is like I'll do like a 4 gig update and then it's like, all right, cool, 4 gig update, and then once that's done, it's like it says install or downloading, and then after it's downloaded, then it does the install, and the install is like 80 gigs, and I'm like, why is it an 80 gig install? Like, what the fuck just happened? Because it like reinstalls the whole thing. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think it's to prevent like corruption and DLLs and file mix matches and stuff like that as they're doing updates and changes to files and folders and things like that. I think that's more or less what it happens. Neither am I. Okay, they're going to. Yeah, 13th. Yeah. Basically, we're getting a new zone with new mobs, new dungeon, new level cap, I think. Maybe not level cap. New gear score increase, supposedly. Possibly a new weapon. Don't know for sure on that one. A new way to progress your gear. They did away with the old system. I think they're adding sets, if I'm not mistaken. I could be, yeah. I think there's like, I think the sets are cool. It's like, so there's a, I think they said there was like 80 something different combinations. So some sets are like 2 pieces, some sets are 4 pieces, some sets are like 8 pieces, and then like you can do combinations. So if like this set is an 8 piece set, but there's like smaller, like there's like a portion for 2 piece, portion for 3 piece, portion for 4 piece. You can do a combination of like 3 piece from this one, a 3 piece from that one to get the 3 piece bonus for both of those, and then you can do like a 4 piece bonus from this one, or you can do like a bunch of 2 piece bonuses from a bunch of different sets. So there's a bunch of different combinations you can do between the sets, which I think is going to be kind of cool. They're bringing out like a new raid, obviously new dungeon. I think there's a new system for gems. They redid like the gemming thing. So, because before you used to have to like replace your gem every week with the new mutation gems. Because like every mutation was different every week. Because it's like, oh, this one's cold based, so you had to get cold gems. The next week it was fire based, so you had to get fire gems. So they redid that system. So you don't have to constantly change your gems supposedly. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, that's just fucking crazy. And there's something else they changed, which is actually kind of cool. I can't remember off the top of my head though. But yeah, like I said, there's a whole slew of like quality of lives and modifications that they made. Nothing that's gonna make the game feel drastically any different because the combat's still gonna be the combat. But I think it'll still be fun. It'll be different. It'll be something else. I think professions are gonna go up to 300 instead of 250. They're gonna add more profession stuff. Just things like that. Like I said, it's nothing crazy. It's just something new, something different, something to grind and seal if we get pissed off at it again. Like I said, there is one more thing that I thought was really cool that came with the talk about the gyms. Like there's something else. Oh, they're doing away with base stats on gear. So instead of like gear having strength and stam on it and stuff like that, I did away with that, and now you get all of your stats that you normally could get, like up to a max amount, via leveling. So now just leveling gives you all the base stats that you're gonna need for the game. So now it's not a hodgepodge of like, okay, I got 4 stam from this piece, I got 17 strength from this piece. Yeah, you're trying to like hodgepodge it together to get the exact numbers you're looking for. So they did away with that too. That's about the min max in your fucking gear that's full of. That shit sucks. But yeah, so like I said, they're making a lot of changes. And nothing good, but yeah, shit was annoying as fuck. 4 strength, 4 stam, leather bow. Internet is for porn. The internet is for porn. Man, back in the day when we had all the actual good memes, man. Porn, porn, porn. The staged Leroy Jenkins, like all of it. I mean, you clearly could tell it was staged right off the bat, because like he just ran in screaming that, and they're like, "Oh, we gotta make sure it works." Oh god, oh we all died. Oh god, we died. Why'd you do it? It's like, if that was real, that guy ran in, you would have just let him run in and die. Like, no one would have been like, "All right, he's dead." All right, let's get ready to res this guy. Like nobody would have went in after his ass. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, but at the end of the day, like many people ran it without world buffs. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, it was way back in the day where world buffs were kind of needed to like buff yourself to make yourself stronger. But I can't tell you how many times I ran that without world buffs. Like, it was done regularly because you didn't always have world buffs. Exactly, Dick. That's what I'm saying. Like he was, Topher was just saying that his buddy said that shit's fake because they don't even have world buffs, and I'm thinking to myself, is like, I never ran it with world buffs, like intentionally at least. No, I was just telling him what you were saying. Yeah, it's classic plus. That's the intention, and they're talking about eventually doing it, but they haven't actually pulled the trigger to do it yet. But that's also why they're taking down all the classic plus servers. Sorry, I was reading. What's up? Oh, I have no idea. I know nothing about the lore or any of it. All I know is, yeah, Classic Plus is supposedly in the works. So, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the intention behind Classic Plus, is like to go back to the beginning, but to do it in like a different, like alternate timeline where different things happened and like progress it in a different way. And like that's what people want. And I guess WoW is in the works, supposedly, of talking about, yeah, we want to do it, blah, blah, blah. It sounds like a good idea, but like, who's to say they're really going to do it? And they are somewhat attacking Classic Plus servers right now and like taking them down. But it's not like all of them. They're only taking down ones that are like blatantly like rubbing in their face that they're succeeding and making money and stuff like that. And no, Dig, I know they're doing it for IP rights supposedly or whatever, and it makes sense. But as long as they're not making money, WoW normally doesn't care. Right? As long as that server isn't making money, they usually let them get away with it. Let them do it and they don't really have too many gripes about it. Or else. Oh wait. Oh yeah. The architect system. What about it? Yeah, I've seen that commercial. It makes me kind of want to try it. Yeah, I mean I agree with that, but like, yeah, so here's the problem. Is anytime there is a donation button or anytime there is a shop to purchase anything, you are liable to being shut down. Because yeah, because if there's any way for people to make money, even if it's just to pay for the server, there's no way to prove that you're not making more than you are, right? Without a shadow of a doubt, and things like that. So it's one of the I mean, you can, but that's the problem, is like when there's donations, some people will donate too much, and now you have a surplus of money, and they're like, "Oh, look how much money you've made," and it's like, "Yeah, but look where I'm putting it," right? It's like, yeah, you can defend it, and you can kind of cover your bases, but at the end of the day, if WoW sees that you're making money and they're not making a piece of the pie, that's where you get in trouble. So there was a big server not that long ago that were advertising about, "Hey, we just hit 40,000 players, blah 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 blah." They literally got hit with like the biggest like fuck you lawsuit. Like they're literally going after them as if they were the mafia and saying that they're using what was the fucking exact lawsuit they're going for? No, what is it called? What is it when you have a organized crime that they're trying to take everybody down at once? Like anybody involved, like whether they dealt with the money or the actual murders or yeah, Rico. Yeah. So they're using the Rico Act to go after this WoW company because the owners and the servers are all in Russia, but then there's people in the United States that they can actually get to, and they're using the information from the US people to actually go after the people from Russia and to force states and countries that they have authority in to block access to this person or to this site and to prevent because they can't do anything from the Russian side. They can only do things from like Europe side and all the other allied states that they can have an action. Yeah, so they're using this RICO to really put pressure onto anybody and everything that they can put hands on, and then use the information they get from those people to force the people that they can force to block any type of access or rights to get to it. It's just crazy how far they're going to go after this company because this not company but this server specifically because they are flaunting how many players they have, they're flaunting how much money they're making and all this other shit, right? There's just nothing but money just flying at these people, but what they have to offer is phenomenal. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. It's like as long as you don't flaunt it, they don't care. Deal six deal. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, cuz I know. That shit's crazy. And yeah, Dig, I know they're 100% doing something with Classic WoW Plus, and I do agree it takes time to develop and stuff. It's just you would think they would have had this in the plans in the works since before they like released just Classic WoW itself, right? You would think that the idea would have been instead of just giving us the same regurgitated Classic WoW that we had in the past and just giving us the same releases like, oh, let's go to BC. Oh, let's go to Wrath. Let's go to this with the same dungeons, with the same raids, with the same bosses, with the same gear. That they would have thought a little bit more into it, gave a little bit extra emphasis to it, and modified it to Classic Plus from the start, or at least had the plans in motion to develop it as a Classic Plus down the road instead of oh, let's give you Seasons of Discovery, and let's give you this, and let's give you that, and let's do this, and let's do that, and let's just keep pushing. Oh, now we're on Mist of Pandaria with Classic, and like you just keep pushing along, and now like people are pissed about it. They're like, oh, well, you want Classic? Okay, well that's gonna take us 15 years, right? So now we got to deal 15 more years while they develop that shit before they finally give us like you know what I mean. At that point, like everybody's lost interest. So like I said, I do agree development takes time. Like coming up with the ideas, coming up with the infrastructure, putting it into place, coding it, testing it, and like implementing it. It all takes time. Like a lot of time. But they've had so long to have already been doing it that they are now doing it 15, 20, 30 years later. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I hope it's released quickly, Dig. I wouldn't hold my breath personally because I feel like everything Blizzard does is slow. They do things except for like fixes and patches and hot fixes and stuff. Anything that's broken, they're really quick to usually fix that kind of stuff and to fix anything that's broken or whatever. So my thought is like they're going to stretch this out as long as they can to keep people strung along to paying more money and to keep people paying money and to keep pushing people. You know what I mean? Like I feel like because that's the feeling I get from Blizzard at all times. Is like it's not so much that they're a good company or a bad company. It's just they want as much money as they possibly can get at all times. So it's just like I feel like they're going to stretch it out to keep people on the hook for as long as they can to make as much money as they can from people. And with every company to a point, right? Like, I mean, I don't want to say that this company doesn't do it, but I feel like not to the extent, right? So like GGG, right? We don't pay money unless we're paying for microtransactions. So they string us along to keep us interested with more microtransactions with content. But they're not paying. We're not having to pay for DLCs, then memberships, then cosmetics, then like 45 other things and battle passes and stuff like that, and the FOMO from the microtransaction stores and stuff like that, and hey, I'm gonna buy WoW tokens and sell them for gold in game and blah blah blah. Like some games are actually tolerable in the stringing along and trying to make money off of you, and other ones are just flaunting it so abruptly in your face. I just can't handle it. Dig, I'm not saying you're wrong about the whole pushing a game out in a few years or whatever. I'm just saying like they've had the game has been out for 20 years. They progressed it to a certain point where they were like, hey, it's a good idea to bring back Classic, right? How long has Classic been out? When did they release WoW Classic? WoW Classic was re-released in 2020, late 24, was it? It's only been a year. It's actually not too bad. I thought it's been like 2 years. But so they released it late 2024. I don't think that's right. Okay. So WoW Classic was first launched in 2019 with a fresh start servers and new beginnings of original content, blah blah blah, re-released in 2024. Okay, so it's been out about 6 years. So what I'm getting at, Dig, is Classic has been out for over 6 years now. And if it's taken them 6 years to finally make them understand and realize that they don't want a regurgitation of the same playthrough, that they're finally working on it. Maybe they've been working on it for a year, right? And it might take them 3 years to finally develop it, push it out, which is understandable. That's actually pretty quick, right? That's pretty fast. But granted, they already have all the assets, they already have everything in place and coded. They just have to modify things. I feel like that's why it would be faster, but it's still going to take time to make sure it's right and it's correct and it's stable and blah blah blah. So I have no gripes with them taking time to do it. What I have a gripe with is it took them how many years to finally pull the trigger to give us Classic, which took them basically no effort to just pull it off the shelf and put it onto a new server and let us log into it. And then once they did that, they're like, hey, we'll just give you updates at an accelerated speed from what it was before, and did nothing other than give you the regurgitation. People liked it for a while. Then they finally gave us hardcore, which was awesome. And things like that. So they gave us a lot of cool things, and they gave us Project Discovery to keep people interested. But there was always that potential that they could have did Classic Plus, and people wanted it, people were talking about it, and there was private servers on it and everything like that. And I'm pretty sure there's been talks about Classic Plus for a long time. Why did it take them over 6 years to finally say, yeah, guys, we're going to work on this? Or 5 years or 4 years or whatever, when they could have already been working on it at the start of when Classic Plus, when Classic was out or going to be released. They could have been working on it then. Maybe they did. Who knows? I don't work for them. I don't know the ins and outs. I can't speak for them. I'm just saying, like, I feel like 6 years is a long time that it's been out, and they've just been giving you the same releases kind of in order obviously skipping some and giving you the big patches instead, so they skip some of the bad ones. But giving you the same bosses, the same dungeons, the same, gear, the same everything, kind of in order, start to finish. Like they just did. I feel like they just didn't put a lot of thought into it, and they kind of dropped the ball, where they could have did more. That's all I'm saying. Right? I'm not saying they're a bad company. I don't like their business model, but I'm not saying they're a bad company. They definitely give out a lot of content. They do it in a expedient-ish type of esque style, and it's usually decent and it's well polished to a point. And there is problems, but they typically fix them quickly. I just think, as a large company as they are, and the resources they have, they could have thought a little bit more than 5 feet in front of them, and given Classic Plus a development starting point 6 years ago, more or less. That's all I'm saying. And that's the thing too, Dig, is like you don't know what you want until you have it, right? So that's kind of what I'm saying is people wanted WoW Classic in its original form because they were tired of retail and they wanted to go back to the beginning and experience it from the beginning. I get that. But then once they had it, they realized that how easy the game was with their current knowledge base and their current experience, right? That the game was relatively easy, but it was still fun. And then they got bored of it and they wanted more, right? So that's when they started giving us, Blackwing Lair and Onyxia, and they started pushing it into, BC stuff and whatnot else, and the accelerated release, like. But that's what I'm saying is like, that's if it was me, I would have at least had. I obviously hindsight here, right? Um, I would think that they would have tried to have conversations of, hey guys, what do you think about trying to do like a classic plus instead of giving them the same content? And we're like, oh, that could work, that could not work, like without being the fly on the wall and being part of those meetings, we have no idea when it was started, when it was stated, when they finally took it seriously, when it was brought up, right? So like you say, oh, it's easily been 3 years, but without evidence, I like I said, who knows? Without legit evidence to point that it's legit proof that it's been at least 3 years or 2 years since I started working on it or taking it seriously, I mean, I'm not gonna just take an estimation or a gut feeling of it, right? Like I said, it could have been 5 years ago. They could have did it right when they released Classic. It's possible, but without proof, who knows? I'm just saying, I would think if they, with how expedient they could do it, because like I said, most of the stuff is already in place. It cuts down on most of the coding. It cuts down on most of the stuff that they have to do because they can just reuse assets and they can recolor things, and they already have most of the code in place, and they just got to code the new zones or the new dungeons or the fights or whatever. So I feel like 4 years is more than enough time to start pushing out some new dungeons, some new fights. Not a lot, but some. And pushing out small updates as a classic plus standard instead of just pushing the old content. And that's what I'm saying. Like, like in hindsight, we think about it like that, right? And that's why I'm saying, from my point of view now, I just wish that instead of the regurgitation, like Classic was fine. Classic all the way up to BC was fine, right? I think that was a great starting point. They gave us that. They let us play it. They let us just have fun with it. And then instead of giving us straight BC, right? That's where I think it should have been the Classic Plus starting, right? We get the start, the core of like Molten Core, Blackwing Lair, and Anixia and stuff like that. And then things started to deviate from there. That's where I think it should have went, instead of, hey, here's BC and here's, Wrath, and just giving us the content in order. That's what I'm saying. Like, and yes, they've been talking about it. Like I said, I don't know what the proof is, and I don't know when they actually started doing it. And like I said, if there's conversations about it and there's timelines or whatever, like, sure, that's out there. I'm just saying I don't know what they are, and I don't trusted or untrusted, whatever. And like I said, I feel like I'm on a pitchfork right now, being skewered alive. But all I was trying to say from the beginning, which, like I said, I'm being nitpicked right now, is simple fact that it's been out for 6 years and we haven't seen any Classic Plus releasements, right? Like, yes, it's in the works. Yes, they're working on it, or whatever. But does that mean we're gonna have the current Classic Plus that's gonna continue on until it catches up to retail, and they're gonna have another one that's Classic Plus by itself that does something completely different, or are they gonna completely scrap the current Classic? All right, sounds good. Thank you. Are they gonna scrap what they have currently and then start it back over? Or are they going to take what they currently have in its current state and then add upon that? Like, that's the saying. It's like, who knows which way it's going to go? I'm just saying, from my standpoint, what would have kept me interested is if, instead of going from Classic to BC to Wrath, if they would have just been, hey, here's Classic, just like they did with Old School RuneScape. Now let's add stuff onto the Classic that makes it different than retail going forward. And I don't think it should have taken 6 years plus to add small things like a new dungeon that we've never seen before. One simple new dungeon with like 3 bosses with some unique different pieces of gear that could like change your build, right? That's not asking a lot. That shouldn't be 6 years of development to give you a single 3 boss dungeon with like, I don't know, 20 different items. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I'm getting at. Is like they could have easily introduced small amounts of things over the 6 years, and people would probably been okay with that, because it is a different thing and they understand its development, it's slow. We're not going to get things expediently and in large quantities. We're going to get one thing at a time, very slowly, and it's going to be different, and it's going to have to be well thought out, because you have to get the quest lines for them, you have to get the storyline going in the right direction and hashed all out, in long succession, so you don't run into a brick wall and try and find some weird way to get around it or whatever. Like, it takes a lot of effort. But I feel like I said, in 6 years, you could have at least come out with a couple of dungeons. Maybe not a raid yet, but at least a couple of dungeons. Maybe a new profession. Like, that's all I'm getting at. Like, with how well received and how popular WoW is, feel like it could have just been better thought out, could have been better, like, not produced, but what's that word? I'm looking for the word. Like, I feel like they just could have done it better, right? And like I said, this is from a point of hindsight, right? Back when it first released, everybody was happy, including me. We're like, damn, hell yeah, we're getting a fucking badass new game, our old game that we really loved, and it's gonna be fun, it's gonna be awesome. And then I got bored of it, right, and stopped playing, and it is what it is. And then now we look back at it and was like, man, I really wish this would have happened instead, right? And at the end of the day, like, yeah, we can always what if, and we can always do that kind of stuff all day long, because so you don't know until you know. But I don't know, I feel like if I was in a position of like a meeting like that, I probably would have at least proposed the question at the start, like, "Hey guys, we're going to be releasing Classic to them because they really want it, and does anybody got any ideas?" And the first thing out of someone's mouth was, "Is it going to be a regurgitation of everything we've done before, or are we going to make new stuff with it and make it Classic Plus?" I feel like that should have been the original upfront, just first thing out of somebody's mouth. And they could have, oh, that's a good idea. Let's put it on the table, and just thought about it. I do remember the questions of like, do you want any changes and quality of life? I do remember that. I do remember that for sure because I think I got the same thing and I just ignored it. And I think here's the crux to that argument though, Dig, about they put out the proposed the questions and everybody said, yeah, we want the core game, no quality of life, no changes. I I think, like I said, I can't speak for everybody else, but I think in the grand scheme of that, when I first saw that, is I wanted to make sure that they weren't going to like give us a completely different game. Like, what I mean by that, to clarify, is not that I didn't want classic, not that I didn't want different things, but I didn't want like there to be like retail aspects in classic. Does that make sense? Right? I wanted classic to still be classic, but I would have liked there to be differences between the original classic past classic. Does that make sense? Obviously I can't speak for everybody, but I'm just saying, like, I think that's how I read it. When I read it, I was like, oh, do you want it, with changes, or do you want it with quality of lives? And I'm thinking, my first thought when I read that was, oh, so they want to, so are they gonna do it like classic where you can have different stages of skills and you can have both of them on your bar, or are they gonna do it like retail where you're just stuck to whatever the current level of the skill is? There is no variations in them, and I feel like that's where my mind went initially. Is like, I don't want it like retail, I want it like classic, because that was the cool thing about classic is you could do level 1 frostbolt and you could leverage level 1 frostbolt versus using like a level 8 frostbolt, right? Or low level blizzard versus high level blizzard. And I feel like that's not really a thing in retail. So like I said, I can't speak specifically for everybody else, and I can't speak to like what the intentions were behind the questions, but maybe there could have been more questions that kind of nitpicked further, to ask more specific questions to see if maybe there was more behind the generic question of, do you want quality of lives? Because that could mean almost anything. Do you want any new changes? That could mean anything. And now, don't get me wrong, if you did want to see a Classic Plus, you should have said yes. But I don't think that's what most people were thinking, right, at that time. And I do agree as well with that, Dig, is like, people want everything and anything. They want one thing and then they're not happy with that, so they want something different, and they're not happy with that and they want something different. So you are correct. You can never please everybody or pretty much anybody nowadays. Take the New World thing for example. People were pissed that they wanted to push the release because it wasn't going to be ready in time, and so they ended up having to release it earlier than they wanted to, and then people were pissed that they released it then when it wasn't ready. So it's like I said, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. So I do agree that like make people happy is damn near impossible. You gave them what they asked for, and then they're not happy with what they asked for, right? And I will say, I think most people were happy at the release of Classic, but they got bored of it very quickly and wanted modifications to it. Even though at the beginning, they stated that they wanted the game in its core state, and then 2 weeks later, when they're bored of it, now they want changes to it. Right? It's one of those things that you don't know what you really want until you have it. Kind of system like issues. That they wanted classic, but they didn't realize what that really meant. Right? I want the core original classic. Wow, blah 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 blah. Oh, well, this is really boring. Can we get something different? Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like when you're that kid and you really want to go, you want to get a steak for the first time in your life. You're like, yeah, I really want a steak. I really want a steak. That sounds delicious. I've never had one. Everybody always says how good it is. I said, I want it. I want it. I want it. I want it. You finally get when you take your first bite, you're like, ugh, this is disgusting. Why does anybody like this? It's kind of like that, in my opinion, right? That's how people are when it comes to these games. Like, they really want something until they have it, and then they realize that they didn't really want it in the first place. But here's my question, Dick. Why can't they release a new dungeon every 6 months or every 3 months or whatever? Right? Like, what's wrong with that? Would you rather get one new dungeon like every 3 months or 4 months, and then like, so let's say you get like three dungeons throughout the year, and then you get a raid, right? And then you get three more dungeons, and then you get a raid. Right? So let's say in 3 years you have six dungeons and two raids released. In theory, right? So you do have like 4 month releases for like dungeons and a 6 month release for a raid, right? So that's every year and a half you get three dungeons and a raid. Would you rather have a pretty consistent three dungeons and a raid every year and a half, or would you rather wait 10 years to get like five dungeons and like three raids, right? Would you rather wait 9 years for the nine dungeons and three raids to get them all at once, or would you rather get small content here and there, do something different? Right? That's my thought. Like it's kind of like RuneScape, right? Once again, going back to RuneScape, like they keep the game as it is and they give very little updates, like changes to the game, but they give them to us in small increments, right? Oh, hey, we're gonna redo all of mining finally after 15 years. We're gonna redo mining. It's completely different. They give us new weapons, they give us new ores, they give us new way to smelt things, they give us new like pickaxes, and it's just a new style of mining. And then a few months later, they give us a rework to woodcraft or woodworking or whatever, wood cutting, which introduces more fletching stuff and things like that. And then they rework, herb lore, and they add another boss, and then they change another skill, and then they change another boss, and it's like every few months you get something new, which gives you something to do in the game versus, hey guys, we're gonna wait 4 years and we're gonna give you 10 new things after 4 years. When they could have just given you one thing at a time over those 4 years, giving you stuff to do throughout the 4 years instead of you just staring at the same blank canvas for 4 years. Like that's just like going into paint, bro, and being like, all right, guys, we're gonna look at this for the next 4 years. Nothing's gonna change. But this is what we're playing for the next 4 years. Right? This is great, great game, right? Fucking phenomenal. Nothing's changed. Nothing's different. Great. We're doing the same thing we do every day. Fucking phenomenal. Woo! Best game ever. 4 years later, oh, we're gonna give you all this shit to do. Oh, fucking hell, Jesus Christ. Okay, we got a lot to do. 2 months later, we've done it all. All right. Well, now we're gonna look at this for another 4 years. Right? Yep. Same thing we did for the last 4 years. Okay, cool. 4 years goes by. It's like, oh, here's a bunch more shit to do, guys. Bunch more shit to do. Holy fucking shit, we got a lot to do. 2 months later, nothing to do. And you sit there for another fucking 4 years. Right? Like, that's one style of doing things. Or you can be like, hey guys, we released the game, quote unquote, we'll start it. We released the gave you classic. Cool. 4 months in, we give you something to do. Oh, cool, something new to do. Okay, well, now I'm kind of bored of it. I've been doing it for like a month or whatever, a couple weeks. Okay, cool. 4 months later, oh, we get something else to do. Cool. That's dope. All right, cool. Okay, now I'm bored. And a couple more months later go by. Oh, we get something else to do. Fuck yeah. All right. Get something else to do. So every 4 months, you get a reason to come back and play something. For a couple weeks at least. Maybe a week, maybe two. And then, oh, big release? Oh, we get a big raid to do? Fuck yeah. Weekly raid? Okay. Something new. You get bored of it after a while, right? Oh, a couple months later, we get another release? Okay, now we're bored again. We get another release? Oh, now we're bored again. Oh, we get another release? Oh, we're bored again. Oh, new raid? You see the pace is different, right? Like, I don't understand how you can't do that. Like, your words specifically were they cannot just release a single thing every 6 months. I don't believe that. I don't understand why they can't. Other games do. Other MMOs do. Like Black Desert Online, they release a new armor set randomly. Like they just released a brand new armor set that people are now upgrading to. They release new classes, a couple times a year. They give us new dungeons every once in a while. I don't think they've given us a new dungeon in a while, but anyway, they give us new zones, or they change zones, or they give us new ways to grind, or they give us new world bosses. Like they don't give you a whole fucking massive just okay guys, no updates for 4 years, and then we give you a massive update. They give you small things throughout the year. So why can't WoW do the same thing? I mean, WoW can. 100% WoW can. They have the capabilities. 1000%. They have the resources, they have the knowledge, they have the game. They have everything they need in place to be able to give smaller incremental upgrades as things go on. Now, they will never be able to keep up with the pace of the gamers. It's impossible. I agree with that 100,000%. These people are fucking nuts. But doesn't mean that they should try. They shouldn't even try. All I'm saying is they could give you small amounts of upgrades periodically every 3 to 4 months. Just like, GGG gives us a brand new league every 3 to 4 months, right? Just like, RuneScape does something new, like a new boss, a new zone, a new quest, something. It's nothing big. It doesn't have to be massive. Like, massive isn't always the best. Like, bigger numbers doesn't always mean bigger PP. You know what I mean? Okay, give me a second. All right, I'm back. And like I've said before too, Dig, and everybody else, is like, I'm not a dev. I'm not a dev. I'm not a game developer. I'm not a company owner. I'm none of these things. And so I'll never know what it truly takes to do any of this stuff. I just, from my point of view, from my experience with other games and other things that I've gone through over the years, I just don't see why it can't be done. Right? That's all I'm saying. That's literally all I've been trying to say this whole time. I just don't know why it can't be done. It makes logical sense to be able to do it that way. Why can't we? And don't get me wrong, there's always going to be people upset about something, right? You can't make everybody else happy. Like, you can't make most of the people happy. Like, somebody's always going to be pissy about something. Somebody's always going to dislike something. Like, there's nothing we can really do about that in the grand scheme of things. So, at the end of the day, you just do the best with what you can, with what you have available to you, and, hope it's enough. And like I said, we do speak in terms of like hindsight most of the time, right? We should probably go. Good to go there. All right, so let's go that way. I'm just saying. I don't know. I like WoW. I mean, I've always liked WoW. I just got really bored of WoW, which is why I don't play it anymore. I think if slash when they eventually come with Classic, we might actually pick WoW back up. Not as like a full-time thing. I mean, I might just give it a shot, see if I like it or not. Because I think it would be cool to go back to original roots and experience it uh again, but obviously differently. And I like WoW. I don't like Blizzard's business style as of these last 5, 10 years. I just feel like they're so big and so greedy. It just drives me insane. And I mean, what you say is definitely true. Is like name a company that isn't like that. You know what I mean? Companies be trying to make their money, and hey, I'm not faulting them for that. I just feel like can we be a little mindful of you know how much we're trying to squeeze out of people? Like I know you're trying to make money, I know you're trying to make a living, I know you're trying to pay your wages and make sure you're operating the profits, and companies succeed so the game can keep going and so on and so forth. But can't we just like simmer down on what we're charging people? You know what I mean? Like if you're charging $70 for DLCs, actually I don't know what they're actually charging for nowadays, but let's say you're charging $70 for DLCs for every account for every player, and you're charging like up to $15 a month per account on top of that, and you got all the microtransactions, which you should always have to charge for microtransactions. Don't get me wrong. Like I'm just saying, like there is that. At least it's not like fucking Call of Duty where it's like, hey, I bought the game, but now I have to buy the maps. Like that's fucking stupid. Um, so like I don't have a problem with the cosmetics, and I don't know if they have battle passes or not nowadays or whatever. But like let's say they did have battle passes on top of that. Like you have cosmetics plus battle passes plus the monthly membership plus the fucking DLCs. Like you know what I mean? And then on top of that, we're server locked to a point, right? You can party with people on different servers. You can, friends with people on different servers. You can do a bunch of things with, not server based anymore. Which I really like that they finally changed that a long time ago. Uh, but like if you did want to change to a different race, or if you did want to change to a different server, or you want to like name change, you have to spend a lot of money on that stuff. Like it's kind of obnoxious. I'm just saying, like we could tone down the money a little bit, right? Like instead of $15 for a membership, like why don't we look at like $10 memberships, right? Like why don't we stop server locking people, right? So there's no more character transfers when it comes to that. Why doesn't there just like one auction house to rule them all kind of style where you play on whatever, not server per se you want, but like whatever um seed or whatever you want to call them. You know what I'm saying? Like some of the other games that you play and have nowadays, where like BDO or RuneScape, for example, like you have the one central login, which is your region, and then from your region you just play on whatever like channels are available, that aren't full or whatever. I feel like that is a much better system than forcing people to pay to transfer to different servers or to different factions. Now, I don't have a problem with the whole faction differences, but I wish you didn't have to pay to transfer from faction to faction. Because at the end of the day, like Horde versus Alliance is like fucking iconic, right? But I kind of feel like if you want to be an orc, but you want to fight for the Alliance, be quote unquote like a defector or something, I feel like you should be able to. You know what I mean? Just wanted Baron's check. That's funny. Oh, was he in general chat? I didn't realize that. I wonder if these things like Like I said, Dick, I don't want to like piss you off, and I know like the argument could be like really frustrating from one side or the other. Especially like when you're passionate about something and someone's like quote unquote bashing it or whatever, which is I'm not trying to do. Like I know it can be frustrating to like even want to try and listen to somebody talking about something, some blaspheminess, you know. Not trying to piss you off. I'm not trying to like cause drama or a fight or anything. I'm just saying like as big as they are, as smart as they are, as far as they've come and things that they've done, I just feel like they could have done more. Like I said, once again, that's hindsight speaking mostly. I truly believe that like things could have been done better. Same thing we say about almost every company though, right? Same thing we say about New World, same thing we say about Final Fantasy, you know, all the other big companies, like we feel the same way about all of them. Very rarely do they release something that we're like, oh my god, they fucking nailed this, right? This is fucking gold. Absolute chef's kiss. Like very, I feel like it's very rare that we as gamers get that, right? But I'm really looking forward to seeing what they
Would you
actually
like a
give
cup
us
of
for
water?
Classic
Because you look thirsty as
Plus,
fuck right now.
because I think that will be like kind of a pivotal point for a while. Well, guess this is under the ground or something. They should probably fix that. Oh, mate, thanks for that. Actually, I don't have any water. Hold on. Let me go grab some water. I'll be right back. Give me a second. Oh, all right, we're back. Yo, but Kaz, I don't know if I've said much to you tonight, but how's your day, my friend? How's life been? Still hectic, still crazy. Still got a lot of work to do. Football as well, man. God, my eyes are burning. I got up early today, and I think I'm just really tired. I was tempted to get off a little early today since I started like 30 minutes early. I was thinking about getting off at like 4 instead of 5 and taking like a few hour nap before the wife gets up. I'm just fucking tired. don't think it's nighttime, is it? It's gonna be a hot minute, I think. Oh man. Anyway, hope all's doing well. Sorry for the Debbie Downer stoner talk all night, man. I'm just in one of those moods, man. Just a bit tired and just kind of out of it.
Greetings, friend of the Grey Company. Hail, friend. May I have a moment of your time? Our quest is dire. What business have you with the Grey Company? The Grey Company will need your aid. Yogurite remain neutral, but for how
Yeah.
long?
We have a couple more this way. Oh, nice, nice. Yeah, I took a really long break from this place because I was doing the Lotro grind for the rep increasement. We finally got the rep increasement for both of these, so now we're able to go past acquaintance into expert. So I haven't been doing daily crafts, but I also need to go and get some gold. So our gold is pretty jacked up right now. We have like 0 gold left, so we can't do some of our upgrades, right? So if we like look at this, our jeweler specifically, so we can't do our medium because we don't have the gold, right? But I have not been able to do this one a single time because I need white gold. And then white gold required me to get white gold. Yeah, right here. I needed gold plus silver and I had 0 silver. So I need to go back. I need to find me silver. Actually, I have a bunch of silver in my alt character that I finally picked up. So I have the silver. Now I just need to get more gold. And once I get the gold, then I'll be able to do that. But I haven't been able to make those. Yeah, I know you took a break for a while, but you've been playing a lot of other games. That's why I was saying like whenever you decide to come back, man, it's gonna be hopefully you'll have fun with it at least. I take like I said, I take breaks from it on and off, you know. All right, so this one I have to kill somebody at night. I don't think it's gonna be night for a while. Um, I hate the ones that are like, oh, do this at night, do this during the day. It's like I feel like you spend too much time like waiting for the day, waiting for the night, and then like you get sidetracked while you're waiting because you don't want to wait 30-40 minutes for it to pop, you know what I mean? But bro, my eyes are burning. It's either down there or up here. Yeah, those are gonna be cool. It's just like I'm at a point, Dig, where I want to do dungeons, but I also want to like not do them because they're getting to a point where duoing is like almost not viable. At least some of them, right? Between the mechanics required to kill the thing or the DPS race on some of them and things like that. So it makes me almost want to just like not even do dungeons until like I'm max level and I can just like one shot things. All right. Do you have an idea how much longer it's going to be before it's nighttime? 'Cause it's afternoon. I have to defeat this dude. Oh, what have you been up to though, Kaz? I know you told me a few times what you've been playing, but I'm kind of curious what it is again and currently and how it's going. Also, is anybody going to be joining me for Blue Protocol? Like I said, I don't think it's going to be great. I don't think it's going to be insane. Not going to be the next up and coming, but I think it'll pass time for a little while. I think it'll be fun for a short while. Uh, Before we like move on, obviously. We'll get this fast travel really quick. Life stuff, really? Yeah, that's what I figured. Oh man, I'm fucking tired though. Like, I went to bed at like 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and then I woke up at like 6. So I've been up for 8 hours, and it's not that I'm like truly tired, but my eyes just burn. Does that make any sense? Like, you know when you start getting tired, your eyes just usually get like heavy or whatever. Mine tend to burn. Feels like there's fucking like acid in them. Really, like I'm starting to get a headache too. I'm just getting really tired. A new milestone over here. It's like a whole town here. It's kind of crazy. They got a river down there and everything. Like, what the hell? This is way more than I expected. Oh, but also, Dig, I'm going to be deleting my alt character, my hunter. I'm gonna remake him, and I'm not 100% if it'll work, but I was gonna remake him. Uh, and then I was like put him at difficulty 3, and I was just going to do the event quest. Can't you just do like the holiday like event quests to level instead of doing like regular quests and things like that? Like regular questing zones and killing mobs and stuff. Yeah, so I was just gonna put it on difficulty 3 and just, walk over to Bree, all fine and dandy like, and just do the event quest wherever the hell the event's going on at the time and just spam that till I'm 30. Because don't I just have to make it to level 30 without dying on difficulty 3? Um for the one achievement, and then for the other achievement I can die as many times as I want. I just gotta get to level 130 or something like that, right? So it doesn't matter how I level up to level 30 or whatever, I just can't die until I hit level 30. So then I can sit there and just grind uh like zones and deeds and stuff for the quests in the areas just to get some more Lotra. Oh, it's only 20? I thought it was 30. Okay. Yeah. That's what I was gonna say. Is like it's for the whole account, so I just gotta do it, and then I have it going forward. I thought it was level 30 and then 130, so yeah, 20 is not too bad. Um, but yeah, like I said, I just sit there, just do the event quest, level up a bunch, you know, and then just fly through like the lower tier zones for Lotro, unlock like another character slot. 'Cause that's kind of the thing too, right? It's like as a free to play character, I have to farm Lotro for character slots. So yeah, I can level them up and I can get the account wide um title. But either A, I have to delete the character after I hit him level 130 and make another character to get the next achievement, or I have to get farm Lotro to get character slots so I can have all the characters. So I feel like getting them to like level 20 or 30 or shit, maybe just event questing him to like fucking like 80 or something, and then just burning through all like the low tier content to get a bunch of deeds done for Lotro. Because like at that point, I'll be able to one shot literally everything. Um, to make me a weapon, obviously. Or I'd have to do like I probably have to make like a starter weapon and then get the legendary weapon. So maybe it would probably be easiest to level all my characters like 50 via the event, make them a starter weapon just so they can go do the quest for the legendary weapon, and then go and start doing Lotro grinds. That might be like a decent way to go about it. What I was kind of thinking about doing, something along those lines, basically. That was at least my original thought, right? Like do it something along those lines. That way I can get Lotro for more characters, and then the more characters I have, the more Lotro I have available to grind. Um, and then I can get like prospecting on more characters, like alt was, so I can pick up, more ores while running around miscellaneously, doing quests and deed grinds and stuff like that. I can like send all the resources over to the main character so he can keep grinding his reputation and stuff like that. And then having all the characters done would be kind of cool as well. Now, I don't think I would ever 100% completionist every character, as in like do every deed on every character, because I think that's just too much. But I definitely think I could do it on one character. About a month away. Nice. Oh, that reminds me. Mate, I don't know if I said it, but I finally got to 350 on this, so I can get 10 mobs at a time. And I obviously grinded down the amount required. Not too low. 162 is not too bad, but I could do it more. But I grinded that down a little bit, and I finally killed cheapies the other day. And I pushed all the way to I think I pushed, yeah, to here. I had to stop though because I only had 45% hit chance. Not much better right now. I'm up to 60%, but I'm farming here to farm accuracy. Right here. So once I can get up to, I want to say 1200 accuracy, I can move on, probably finishing up World 4 or close to finishing up World 4. So that'll be pretty good. If I can get to the red one too, I can get me rings, which will definitely dramatically increase our tachyon increase and our damage. I don't know which ones we get for rings, but I haven't even increased our damage yet because damage isn't really a problem. Like, yeah, more damage would make things faster because I'd be able to one shot stuff, but it's all about the accuracy I'm lacking right now. But yeah, basically, bottom line is we've been cranium cooking like a monster, and we've been farming tachyons again to get this up. And we're like I said, we're just accuracy locked right now. I don't know if there's anything I can do to really fix it other than leveling the character up more. And possibly leveling this up higher. Or get more accuracy per 100 Tesseract upgrades. I don't know if that's even worth it because how many upgrades we have, it's just kind of meh. So I don't know if there's any other way to get more uh Like anything better for accuracy, because accuracy is like our big problem, obviously. Yeah, I haven't touched any of them in a very long time. Only reason I switched back to him is because we don't have a whole lot going on, if I'm being honest. Like we kind of finally finished up Hull, right? Hull's doing good now. Sorry, I was checking something out. Hull's doing pretty good now, right? We're waiting for daytime or nighttime. Um, but our Hull, all of our AFK hours in Hull are taken care of. What we're doing right now, something I've been putting off for fucking ever, is we're statue farming. And not to like level up statues like ridiculously, but we're getting 20,000 of every statue so we can onyx all of our statues. So I farmed up, obviously, let me just pull it up on the other one really quick. It'll be easier. I can show you what we have currently. Let's pull it up. So, World 1. Wait, where's statues? Those are right here. I forgot. So as you can see, like Kachow, I know the easiest way to get this one done is just completing the quest that gives you like what 5,000 Kachows or something like that for finishing the achievement or for finishing the quest. That's the best way to get a bunch of Kachows. But I'm doing them last, so I'm putting it off to the side, and I'm gonna do all the other ones first. But so we needed to get like thick skin, ocean man, XP. You know, we have to get all of these, right? And these ones I've never even touched, right? Dragon I can't do for a while because I need to get to the next cave first. Um, but we're pretty close, I think. I think we're like a couple months away. Close, quote unquote. But we're starting to farm these out, right? Maybe I can just look at my storage while we're here. Yeah, storage, much easier. So as I was showing you a second ago, we needed thick skin, which we finished. We just have to put them in. We finished the ocean one as well. So that one's there. We finished getting our EXP book, and we finished our anvil book, or anvil one. Now we're working on, oh, we finished bullseye as well. So we're currently working on box statues. And then we'll move on to some of these other ones, right? So like we need the souls one, the EXP one, the saws, uh, food, the egg one's pretty close, battle axe is pretty close. This is done. Then we gotta work on like the boat one, like you see what I'm saying? Like we're getting there. We're pretty close on a lot of these. And some of them are not even close, but that's what we're working on right now. I'm trying to get everything onyxed, so that's out of the way. We are making pretty good progress our on our wows, right? So our wows, we're currently in world 2, right? We have world 5 done. We have world 1 done. And we're on actually I think we're on crab cakes, but I think I finished them and I just have to claim it and move him to these guys, coconut guys. But yeah, then we got a couple more, obviously a decent amount in World 2 before we move to World 3. But these are coming along, which is obviously crushing our 1,000 chows. But that's coming along pretty nicely. But yeah, if we look at like what my characters are currently doing, yeah, so statue, just Gmuch farming for our forage and stuff. Statue, and then he is currently just leveling cooking, non-stop, just cooking, to get a bunch of ladles so we can do the 100,000 ladle claim. So we're working to get 100,000 ladles to get that done as well. So once that's done, then I can sit people in certain places to farm resources for green stacks. I can farm places for rare drops. I can farm places for alchemy bubble level upgrades. Right. We could farm more statues for leveling them up even further, but I need to then sit down with at least one character and complete all the quests in the game for all the for all the stamps. Then we can farm stamp materials to level up our stamps and try and take that to the next level. That's kind of where we're at, and it's gonna take a hot minute. You ready to call it a night, Dick? All right, sounds good, man. Appreciate you being here. Thanks for the conversations. Regardless of how heated they were, I appreciated all of it. I like your insight on things and your knowledge. I appreciate it. Hope you had a good time. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Catch you tomorrow. I said tomorrow will be kind of the same thing. If Topher is feeling okay, we'll jump into more Stardew Valley. If he's not, probably just jump right into Lotro, just kind of mosey around, questing, doing things, hanging out. But I appreciate you. Take it easy. Yeah, and we can try some dungeons tomorrow. I'm down. I'm never opposed to dungeons, just to try them. But I'm kind of also at a point where a lot of the times these dungeons are just kicking our ass, and we don't know until we try them. And then we just get our ass kicked, and we try for a while. I'm like, yeah, well, that was fun, and we move on, right? It's fine though. At least we have fun doing it. But I appreciate you, man. Take it easy. Talk to you later. Have a good one. Sleep well. And is it gonna be nighttime anytime soon? Come on. I go. Guess I'll go up and grab or while we wait. 5:30 phone call, bro. What are they, a sadist? Bro, some people they have no respect for other people's time, right? Start in Germany? Ugh. That's awful. Makes sense though. Alright, man. Well, I appreciate you. Yeah, go get that workout in. Definitely a priority. Yeah, hour and 45 minutes can be a little rough between warm up, warm down, stretching, actual workout, uh, food before and after, that kind of stuff. They could definitely cut it a little close. But I appreciate you, man. Thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you had a good time. And yeah, I'll talk to you tomorrow, hopefully. Hopefully, life lightens up. See you, see you, see you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How much longer is it gonna take to go to fucking nighttime? It's still afternoon. We'll come back. We're gonna run south and just get the fast travel down here. It's kind of nice. We're gonna be able to farm a ton of this Scar and shit. Should give us quite a lot of resources to work with for daily crafts. It just kind of sucks that if we don't have the low tier materials, we're giving up so much rep per day without having like gold and a barrel iron and shit like that. Kind of would be worth going and farming some of that up just so we have more stuff for crafts, like daily crafts. It's like once we get to the point where we're just using what we have up here, like, we won't have any problems going forward. There'll just be so much materials to work with.
Greetings, friend of the Grey Company.
Oh, I forgot to. If by any chance you guys can remember, I'm about to level. When I finally level, I really need to go and reforge my legendary because I have been putting it off since I was like level 51 or something like that. It's been almost 20 levels since I've upgraded my weapon. Um, it's gonna be such a huge upgrade. I need to remember to do it when I level. I'm so close to leveling too. So if we can, remember to remind me. I mean, it shouldn't be hard. I should have turned in like one or two more quests, and you know, that should be it. I'm super close to leveling. What is it like? 4,000 XP. Like it should be like one or two more quests, and then we should be able to go. I don't know where to go for it. I think there's one in Rivendell, if I remember correctly. I'll have to Google it because I can't remember. There's like one in different parts of the world. There it is. All right. I don't need help reminding myself because I already reminded myself before we did it. Collect wild blueberries. So let's. I don't want to. Quest really quick. This is what happens to me normally. Is like I'm in the middle of something and I don't want to like stop what I'm doing to go and do it. So I usually like put it off to do it later while I'm like finishing up like a quest or something, and then I forget to do it later. It's just I want. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're actually gonna stay here until it's nighttime because I don't want to miss on the nighttime thing because it's dusk. It's pretty close to getting to nighttime. That quest can only be done at night. So I think what we'll do is we'll catch some berries while we wait for nighttime. We'll do the nighttime and then we'll teleport out to go and do the weapon upgrade. Because I don't want to like go into the weapon upgrade, get distracted, come back. It's now morning and we missed out on our quest. So yeah, I don't want to miss out on the quest. Like that's the crux. So three more. Oof, still a little laggy, but all right, two more. All right, one more. Grab this, and this quest in. Oh shit, we got a lot to do here. We gotta complete oaken limbs, complete mistle, something something. Creeping moss, skinwood. We have any of those? I don't know what any of those are. Oh, it's these. Okay. Oak branch. I think it's the collect oak branches. Because oak limbs, right? Mistletoe, mistletoe. Okay. So what are we looking like? Dusks. Alright. What do we gotta do to get alright. Kill these guys. So the wood trolls seem to give something. There's something over here that gives something else. Huh. Alright, there's a club moss. There's someone on this side too. Still dusk. Alright, we got one more club moss. A couple more of these wood trolls. Gotta get up there now. Okay. Gotta kill another wood troll. Try to avoid as many as possible. Oak branch that we're looking for. Wood chest. Do what we're looking for. Hmm. Last one can be going back to there. Alright, then we're done on this part. Head to the north. Gotta get the mistletoe. Dun, dun, what am I stuck on? Yeah, there's a couple miscellaneous issues in this location. In that random skybox I just ran into, and that node that I found that was underneath the ground. Couple hit or miss little funky things that I found so far. How am I supposed to get up there? Gotta go all the way around for that? Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, there's some miss. Oh my god. Dun, 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 dun. Bro, are you fucking kidding me right now? Alright, it should be the last two we need. Ugh. We're at dusk still. Should we go check it out at dusk? Even though it's not. It says night. I'm just worried that like it's gonna go from dusk to dawn, and it's not gonna actually say night. That's what I'm worried about.
What do you need?
Oh, shit balls, man. Yeah, mate. I think it might be a short night tonight. I might take a small little break, or I might get off a little early to take a small little nap because I had to stay up later today to mow the lawn. So I got to wait till it's like middle of the day, so it's nice and warm out. So I can cut the grass. And I'm tired. So definitely is going to be a slightly shorter stream today. Just an FYI. I like how everything's gray to me now that I leveled. It's actually pretty cool. Makes it a little easier to run through.
What brings you to the wilds of Enidwine?
Yeah, I'm sorry, mate. Just wanted to pre-warn you now, you know, so you was aware. Ugh. Alright, so we're looking for Graver or something. It's at night, but we're just at dusk. I don't know how much longer we're gonna have to wait. Oh wait, we want to kill wolves. Bro, hurry up with this fucking nighttime shit. Ugh. Fuck, man. Driving me insane. I'm getting tired. We need 15 million for the next one. Holy shit, how long does this take? Alright, a full cycle is 3 hours and 6 minutes. For each real life day in the game clock follows 48 minutes, roughly. Quarter of your in-game day. Jesus. Oh my god. Oh, is it nighttime? Oh my god. It's fucking nighttime. Jesus. All right, now that's done. We can turn this quest in, and then we can go and level up our shit. Come back, keep the grind going, because our thing will be up here, but we can fast travel. Well, not fast travel. We can not travel down. All right. Well, I kind of wanna. I don't have to come back to here. If I'm being honest. I'd like to go back to the middle of the map instead of being over here. So a little bit more grinding. We could just set a milestone here. Ooh, that might be actually a good play. All right. Milestone set. Now we can go to our house, and then Lotro legendary weapon upgrade. All right, legendary. All right, painting it, equipping legendary item, reforging. All right. Legendary items is reforged before it can be initially be used periodically. Interval, therefore, approximately every 5 character levels. Reforging is done. A reforged master. All right. So reforged master. There's one in Southbury. He is all right. Let's just go there. That's an easy one. That should work for us. Of course, I don't have Southbury, but we can do Festival Grounds, and then Festival Grounds should have a fast shuttle back to South. All right. All right. So this person is 31.9 by 50.5. Treasure camp. All right. So it is further north and further east. Oh, it's further south. Sorry. So it's probably. I don't think it's here. I think it's further down. I don't think it's her. It says it's basically 32, 50 and a half. So is it like over here? Give me a second. It does say south, northwest. Alright, we are at the west location. We go south. Like right here somewhere. Isn't it a forge, which is kind of crazy. Okay. Um. Alright. That is done. That should be a massive upgrade. I didn't check it before, but that should be a massive upgrade. All right, and then need to. How do we do this again? I don't remember how to upgrade the traces.
Oh, yeah.
Layrine? I'm really bad with names. I'm super sorry if I butchered the crap out of that. But thank you for the raid. Appreciate you coming in. Hope you're doing well. Hope your stream went well. Appreciate you. I'm assuming you were playing some more Lotro with the rest of us. Currently trying to remember how to upgrade my trace. I can't remember how to do it. Um, we just finally upgraded our weapon, which is funny because I haven't upgraded it since I got it. Now I'm level 71, so. That's similar. How do I play them? And legendary item panel. By dragging legendary. Oh, I dragged the legendary item. Okay, okay, we're good now. I couldn't remember how to do it. Yeah, I haven't. I've literally. I got this weapon. I leveled everything up, and then that was months ago. I took a little bit of a break on and off for playing, Path of Exiles 2, and a couple other miscellaneous games. And I haven't touched this thing since I was level 51 when I first forged it. So I need to level my stuff up. And I just didn't remember how to do it. So I was just on the wiki trying to remember how to do it. Yeah, I just did it. So now we're gonna get a huge damage bump, and then we're gonna level these things up. Uh, hey, well, I don't want to use mithril coin. No, cancel that shit. How do I? I don't know. All of them? Sure. Honestly, I don't know which ones I've put in here. I just kind of threw anything in. If I'm being honest. Never really paid that much attention. Never really cared all that much. A lot of these are just hodgepodge miscellaneous bullshit that we threw in. Oh, I didn't even put a trace in that socket. Do we have one? We could probably actually get one really easy. Hold on. Hey, outgoing healing, like, is that really worth it? I can play in Yellow Bear, so I guess it's something. Hey, what up, Colt? I have not been there, Colt. I don't even know where that's at. Yeah, I looked at the traces. The thing is, Larry, I am not a min-maxer. I'm not a best in slot kind of person. I never really cared too much about if I'm using whatever's, the latest and greatest and which one gives me the best potential. I kind of just mosey around and just wing it majority of the time. You hate me, don't hate me. You love me. And yeah, like I have traces somewhere. I usually just scrap them honestly, but I haven't claimed my legendary levels yet. I don't remember how to do it. I know there's a hotkey for it. Is it this? How do I do it? Is that not it? I mean, I've been leveling it up. I just don't know how to. I don't know why it's not in here. No item slotted? What do you mean no item slotted? What do you mean? Yeah, what's the hotkey for it? Like Control L? Oh, J? Oh, J. Yeah, I just don't remember how to get to it. That's my problem. There's like a hotkey for it, and I never remember the hotkey. That just opens up this. I'm talking about like, you know when you like complete a quest and the reward is legendary item experience? Talk about this. When you level it up, usually you get boxes and items and stuff for completing it. Wait for the ad to finish. I'm so confused. How do you get to this? Oh, you're back. I'm looking for, you know, when you get this, the legendary item experience. So you get this, it levels up the item in its own window, similar to what we were just looking at. And as you level it up, you get like boxes that you can open for trace stuff and for like these things and stuff like that. You get all sorts of that stuff. Shift L? I mean, that's deeds. Oh, I. There it goes. Okay, thank you. That is what we're looking for. Thank you. I never remember what it is. Ah, fuck. I did this every time. All right, hold on. I don't have a lot of inventory space, so I gotta tinker with this shit. Hold on, give me a second. Yeah, I literally don't. I'm really bad when it comes to hotkeys, and these ones are no different. Okay, so let's get rid of this. Get rid of that. Got some quest items to get rid of. All right. All right. Let's open these. So I was gonna open these up because these typically give me random traces, and I don't care what trace it is, because I just want to put it in the weapon so I can level up the slot, right? I literally don't care what it is. I don't have one for that. Okay. I just want to put anything in there. Ah, level the slot. Can I move this one? It's Christ. I don't have enough for the next one. I just want to put one here. Word of Mastery. Do I not have one? Whatever. Alright, we'll just get rid of him. Well, thank you for that. I haven't leveled it up all that much. I wanted to put it in here just so I can level it up. Yeah, I know. I'm looking for this one specifically. I just can never remember the Word of Mastery one. I have a bunch of other ones I've already put in. That's just it's too much. Like I said, I'm a simple man. You know, I like to keep things super simple. Punch things in face, kill things, click a little button here and there. You know, stack strength. You know, I don't want to get all crazy fancy with it and have to click so many damn buttons and do a whole bunch of crazy miscellaneous. Just I want it simple, man. Just super simple. I don't want to min max. I don't want to be like pushing leaderboards, doing anything crazy. I just want to kill stuff, and I just want to explore the universe. Just want to have fun. I probably have some, but I never actually salvage these things to get some, like the ancient scripts. I never disenchant them. I don't even remember how to do it. I just always sell them, so I probably don't have much, if I have any at all. I literally just sell them because I don't really care all that much about min max. Like this isn't a forever game for me, right? This is a have fun, do some completion stuff. You know, not really take it too seriously. I play so many other games. I'm not. I don't. No game in the world is ever going to be a forever game for me. So this is like one of those. We come and play it. We hang out. We have a good time. You know, we don't take it super serious. We do help people as they need help, and that's about it. We're not trying to like, oh guys, let's get the best in slot, you know, things for our legendary weapon and make sure we always stay on top of the best in slot stuff and salvage everything else to get as much of this to buy the best in slot item as fast as we can. Like I don't care that much about video games. I love video games to death. I love learning video games, but the gist of me is do as I say, not as I do. Like I'll tell you to do the right thing, but you'll never see me do the right thing. I am just way too lazy to actually do the right thing. Like take this game for example. I've been playing Eidolon for like over 2 years, and I look like I'm a 6 month player because I'm too lazy to actually do what's required to progress fast and to be at the stage of where two-year old players are that play semi efficiently. It's because I just let the game kind of play itself in the background, and I just don't care enough. It's an idle game for me. Like, and that's kind of how I feel about this game. I'll play it for like a couple days, and then I'll take like a couple days off, and then I'll play something else, and then I'll come back like a week later, and you know what I mean. I just rinse and repeat that process. I just go back and forth between my games, just having fun, kind of doing some daily stuff. So I don't mind like knowing like more advanced things, right? It's just I don't typically go out of my way to min max, right? Like for example, I didn't look up a build for my character, right? I kind of just put points where I thought they were they worked, and I just left it at that, right? I never looked up a build for my character. I never looked up like how to min max my character. I didn't look up traceries for my character. I just put in whatever traceries that I obtained that looked like they would help what I was doing, and I just went with that, right? I'm not like I've already done so much research in so many other games. Like a game like this, for me, while leveling, just doesn't feel worth spending hundreds of hours doing research on one character when there's like 15 other characters to also research. I've done that so much when it comes to EVE Online and Black Desert Online, even RuneScape stuff, and New World, you name it. Like I play almost every MMO I can get my hands on, and if I researched every single one of them to its fullest to min max every character, I basically get nothing done. So I just have fun. I run around. I try to do achievements, and if I come into a point where I'm getting dicked on and I need to like look something up or I need to figure out how to get a little bit stronger, I'll look it up then. But at the current state, like I'm level 70. I'm not even max level. So does it really matter if I have the best in slot tracery right now before I get into like hard content? Like my power spike is gonna be like maybe 1 or 2% increase having a better, tracery versus another one that still gives me some sort of increase. Like that's the way I look at it. Like, do I need to min max at such a low state? I don't have a problem with min maxing as long as it's not tedious, right? So once again, let's take Eidolon for example. There's something in that game called samples. Basically, it looks at like what your AFK gains are, and it gives you a percentage of that every hour, right? There are ways to leverage snapshots in that game to basically min max the amount of gains you can get per hour. So you would have to zone into an area with specific set on and cards and all this other stuff to leverage like an HP increase. And then once you're in the zone and it's snapshot of what your HP was when you entered the zone, then you change everything to the actual print stuff. So it's calculating everything off of your old HP when you first entered it. And like that's just too much work. You have to remember to change everything to one set of everything, to then change it all back, to then do a snapshot, to then, set it up properly to actually do the print, to then change it all back to go to the next area to do the same thing, to do it 10 different times on 10 different characters. Not worth my time. Well, I mean, what's the definition of min maxing? Putting, getting is maximum amount as you can with the minimum amount of like stuff, right? So instead of getting 100 damage with 100 items, you're trying to get 100 damage with one item, right? You're trying to get as much out of as minimal amount as possible. So in theory, with that in mind, you're trying to, for every slot that you have available, for every like gear slot, for every tracery slot, for every talent point, you're trying to squeeze out as much out of that one thing as you possibly can. Min maxing, right? So let's say there's a tracery that gives 50 strength and then another one that gives 120 like tactical damage. Something stupid. I don't know. I just throwing that out there, right? Depending on the rest of your gear, depending on the rest of your stats, the strength might give, 0.1% more DPS than the tactical. And that would be min maxing. Is going for the one that's going to give you more damage output or more survivability for the same slot than the other one would. Min maxing. I'm not about that life. I'm not about trying to squeeze every single tiny itsy bitsy drop out of every ounce of the game that I possibly can. I'm not trying to be a level 71, twink out my ass, like I'm doing as much damage as a level like 160 can do, kind of thing. Like, I don't care enough. Like maybe if you're like a super try hard, super sweaty, trying to like do it like challenges or you're doing PvP or something, like it makes sense. But if you're not like if you're just running around killing things, doing quests, completing deeds, do you really need to have a tracery that gives you an extra like, I don't know, 2% damage when damage isn't really an issue? You know what I mean? Oh, I need to kill stags, so I wasn't paying attention. Sorry, I was just kind of ranting and I Not really paying attention. And like that's the thing, like is like you're not wrong, right? Like if you don't know something exists, how do you know to do it, right? And if it's something as simple as just going to a vendor, checking out what they have to offer, and buying it and putting it in, and it's just better than what you have, then why not do it? And I don't really have an argument of why I wouldn't do it, other than the fact that I do have a very bad goldfish brain, and I get sidetracked very, very easy. Like, ooh, shiny, right? And that's why it took me from level 51 to 71 to finally reforge my weapon, is because someone would remind me. I was like, oh yeah, I haven't done that in forever. I'll do that after I do this quest. And then, a month later, I'm like, oh yeah, I still haven't done it. Right? Like the only argument I could really give you of why, because it literally boils down to the tracers. I look at them, I get them. I was like, yeah, that doesn't look very good, and I just sell it instead of like disenchanting it, which I don't remember how to do. I can just Google it. Uh, and getting the script, I can just then go and buy a good one, or looking at a list of all of them and how to obtain the good ones. Like I could take the extra effort and do that and make my character a little bit stronger. It's just, do I care enough to do that? Not really. I'm having fun playing the game as it is. I haven't had the need to take that step to worry about that kind of stuff yet. I mean, at the end of the day, like if you're having fun, you're having fun. That's all that really matters. Like take the game as seriously as you want, and I mean, as long as you're having fun, you're not playing it wrong. That's really all that matters, right? And like I said, knowing the menus is different too. Like remembering the hotkeys. My problem is I don't remember hotkeys because I switched games so much, and my brain doesn't remember that kind of stuff. My brain remembers like frivolous information about lots of different games, but it doesn't remember like muscle memory type of things. Like I couldn't tell you what the hotkey is to share items in Path of Exiles is, but I know if I logged in, I could just instinctively do it. It's just I don't remember that. That's just muscle memory. And like in this game, since I don't access my legendary item very often, I've literally probably accessed that menu maybe 3 times in like 9 months. I don't touch it. It's that simple. There's nothing wrong with it though. Like min maxing is good. A lot of people enjoy it. A lot of people do it. And some people like I said, there's different variations of min maxing. People see it differently in different ways, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's just my definition of min maxing is trying to get as much as you can out of every slot, and as long as you're not putting the wrong thing in there, it doesn't matter. Like let's say you had two different traceries. One had like 6 strength and one had 9 strength. Like 2 extra points of strength gives you a little bit more damage, a little bit more survivability, but at the end of the day, like that small increase, like depending on what it took you to get it, like was it worth the time? Usually yes, especially in the long run. At the end of the day, it would be worth it for sure, but it's not gonna make or break my character. It's not gonna make it to where my character can't progress. You know what I mean? What do we need? Control point. Button. Here. I definitely don't understand what you meant by just order what you want. I don't know what you meant by that as well. Like, I sorry, I got on a roll rant and I didn't respond to the message that I did read that I just kind of got stuck on the first part of it. But I do appreciate the raid, like I said. Sorry if it came off kind of disingenuous or, you know, kind of abrasive. It's just, I don't know, that's just me in a nutshell, you know. I sound like a dick. I don't mean to be one. I don't mean to sound like one. It's just how I sound. Sorry. It's like I'm old and I'm kind of set in my ways. Like I play games, like I said, just leisurely, nothing serious, nothing super crazy. And when I'm interested in learning another aspect or I'm interested in juicing something out, then I look into it. But if I'm not interested or if I'm just not looking to do it, then I just don't. You know what I mean? Oh, all right. So we need a couple more stags. Yeah, because like my main focus right now is just honestly leveling up, doing deeds, doing quests, exploring the zones, you know, having fun. A new tracery isn't going to change that. I need one more stag. Eyes are just burning at this point. All right, here. Ugh. Around. Ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. Almost. One. Here. Travel. Okay. I don't mind travels. Travels.
Queen Korhonon, a hobbit of the Gloomglens, was captured by the Bugon, wild goblins owing allegiance to no one. Now he seeks the help of a brave hero to bring him to safety.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Everybody has their own definition. Like I said, I don't take what I'm saying as in like you're bad, you're wrong, you know, negatively or whatever. It's just saying for me, that's just like the way I look at it. And you're not wrong. Like I agree with what you're saying is like knowledge is power. I should definitely look to see what is available, what are my options for each slot. So I kind of have an idea what I'm looking for. That is kind of what I should do. That is the goal, right? Because you don't know what you don't know. Um, because I mean, hypothetically speaking, I could have like the best in slot item. I'm just not putting it in because I don't know, right? Um, it's just it's like I said before, it's one of those I haven't done it because it's never interested in me. It's never been one of like this game for me is just it's never been about actually getting to max level. It's never been about actually like being strong, you know, clearing content solo. It's honestly I've just had so much fun just running around the zones, just doing quests. Like exploring the zones, like looking at the deed logs, doing Slayer deeds, exploring the zones and getting all the deeds done that we can and just having fun running around the game. Not so much even leveling, not so much getting new gear. It's literally just been running around the game, just having fun exploring the zones. That's just been the part I've enjoyed. So every time I got a trace, I just looked at it. I was like, whatever. I just gotten rid of it. I never actually took the time to look into it. Like I said, I never even upgraded my legendary because I completely forgot about doing that. Completely forgot I could even do that. So someone brought it up and it's like, hey, when was the last time you upgraded your legendary? I was like, shit, I forgot I could do that. So, well, I mean, with all that in mind, it's like, I agree. I should just go on wiki, traces, see what's available for my character. So like, okay, so we're good on this one. We're good on this one. Oh, I can get this one from doing this, right? Like, and then just once it's sorted out, it's sorted out, right? I don't have to tinker with it anymore. Once I have what I need, it's one of those I just don't have to think about it anymore. I should do it. I agree. Will I do it? I'll probably forget because I won't do it right now because I'm in the middle of something. Uh, by the time I get around to wanting to do it, I'll forget all about it. And that's one of the things about me is I'll be blunt and honest about it. So there's things that I will do and there's things that I'll tell you flat out. Yeah, it's probably never gonna happen. Just because, like I said, unless I'm interested in something, I just don't do it. Not saying I won't be interested in it later. Or maybe down the road. I'm just having too much fun exploring the game. Especially since I'm not much of a an end gamer in any of the games I play. I don't really like raiding. I don't really like PvPing. I don't really like pushing leaderboards or ladders or anything like that. I'm more of a hey, let's grind crafting materials and just craft stuff. Let's, you know what I mean? Like I'll run in circles for weeks, grinding the same materials nonstop, mindlessly, not paying attention to what I'm doing, and just have a blast doing it. Most people aren't like that. Like when I go and play like New World, for example, I'll literally run iron for like a month straight. I'll literally run an iron route, turn it into iron, craft a bunch of items, run an iron route, turn it into iron, craft a bunch of iron. You know what I mean? Like I just literally run that shit on loop for months, and it won't even phase me. But ask me to go and look up a wiki on what traces would be best for my Bjorn to make myself a little stronger, and it's like you're asking me to give up my first child for some reason. My brain just breaks, and I'm like, yeah, how about we just don't? And then like my logical side of my brain's like, are you an idiot? Like, why don't you just do it and stop being an idiot about it? Why are you talking about you should do it and then you're just not doing it, you dummy? It's like Jekyll and Hyde. It's like one side's fighting the other. But my logical brain is like, you're an idiot. Let me take the wheel for a minute. It'll take 20 seconds. And then we wanted to worry about it again. My other side's like, yeah, but that's 20 seconds, man. It's 20 seconds I'm not running around doing what I want to do. Like, are you an idiot? Yes, I'm an idiot. Like, that's, I literally feel like that sometimes. It's so fun. It's usually when somebody comes into the stream and it puts out a logical argument in front of me and I just look at it and I'm like, God, why do they gotta be right? Why, why do you have to be right? You know what I mean? It's one of those things, man. I think I have to kill these things. When you're right, though. You know what I mean? I appreciate it. Now, what I'll probably do, since you laid it out so vividly and smartly for me and logically, is we will finish this section of quests, which is right here. And before we head down here, we'll Google it. That makes everybody else happy. We'll Google it because like I said, knowledge is power. I like having the knowledge, so I'm okay with it. It's a good stopping point as long as I don't ooh shiny and forget that I'm doing it. So if I do forget, definitely yell at me. But nobody yells at me and I do forget, that's not on me. I just have a really bad like ooh shiny brain sometimes. I get sidetracked very, very, very easily. Alright, so we need two wait. One more? I think we need one more. Oh, alright, so all those that's done. Head back up. Oh, yeah, and then basically, if this ends our quest chain up here, we'll take the horse ride down to here, and when we do that, we'll Google the traces. Because like I said, I do agree with what you're saying, and I see the logic behind it. I'm trying to defend the reasoning of why I haven't done it. Obviously, I'm not doing a very good job of convincing myself of it. So, if I can't convince myself of my own logic, then obviously my logic is flawed. So, we are just going to rectify the situation. And while we're at it, I'll try to remember, like, figure out how to disenchant my things again. So, hopefully, I'll remember how to do that for next time. Oh, that might kill us. Good luck! Oh, we lived. But we are going to be getting off soon, though. Well, I didn't get a lot of sleep, so I'm going to take a little nap before I gotta do a bunch of errands today for the wifey and stuff. Oh, turn it off. Okay. That seems to be done. Alright, yeah, so let's get run on to the next oh wait. Repeatable? This is the repeatable as well. I wish repeatables wouldn't show up on the minimap. Like you can disable it for the character, but all it still shows up on the minimap. I think that's kind of flaw that needs to be rectified, but you know, hey, teach their own. Alright, so we're gonna run south to that place. I'm gonna go pee. And then we're gonna Google the trace thing. So I'll be right back. Give me a second. Oh, all right. So what are we looking for again? Traceries, right? For Bjorn. Bjorning tracery. All right. So this is what we got. So we got the bear form, right? Bear swarm, which I'm assuming is my bee, right? I just don't know which ones are good. That's the problem. Like this is like I'm looking at a huge list, right? And trying to figure out which ones are good and which ones are bad. Like swarm does a lot of damage. Bear form, obviously god tier. Increases bear form damage, crit rate. It's pretty huge. And then this one is the bee swarm with finesse. Finesse gives us more damage as well. The earning dots +1 damage over time pulses. Interesting. So the bee would tick an extra, and then I'd get +2 Bee Swarm debuff duration. Interesting. Physical mastery rating. Um, Bound of Trust heal. No idea what that means. Outgoing healing. Oh, Bound of Trust is like its own like separate thing, right? Okay. What's this one? Call the Wild melee damage. Don't know what that means. Call the Wild duration. I'm assuming both of these are probably skills. Counter evade chance. I think it's Blue Bear. Purging Roar. I think that's Yellow Bear. That could be really good for Yellow Bear. I actually like that. I'm pretty if that's correct. If encouraging roar is the one I'm using to heal constantly, that might be worth it. Execute, that's red bear. Not really running red bear. Final strike, I think it's also red bear. Hearten, I'm not really running Hearten. So not the greatest. Trample, I'm not really running. Man form, definitely not running man form. Nature's bond. I don't think I'm running that either. Open it just in case. Nature's mending is more healing. It also gives crit rate, which is Nature's salve. That's my big heal. It does have a little bit of cooldown to it. I don't know if that's good or not. Just in case. Uh, Recuperate. Oh wait, this one is Blue Bear. This one's actually really good for Blue Bear. +3 recuperate pulses with outgoing healing. That's kind of insane. Um, Relentless Maul is more damage, which isn't bad. It does give more might. Relentless Maul, even in yellow form, does damage and heals everybody a shit ton. Roaring damage. Rush evade chance. Savage knockdown. Shake free. This would be really good, actually. I think this is definitely worth. I think it's more worth for like Blow Bear, but I think since I do a lot of duoing, being able to break free more often would be very beneficial. Slam damage, that's human form, not running that. Flash damage, human form. Thickened hide, which I think is Blue Bear. Horned armor, I think is Blue Bear. Thrash, this one's actually really good. Need to make sure I have this one. I think I have it right now, but I'm not 100%. Thrash is my main source of damage. Thunderous Roar, which I think is the taunt. Not really running, but that could be useful. Aid your healing. Your aid heal. Wait, 2 or aid. I think that's another skill that I might use. I'm not 100%. That's another healing. Kind of times the claw. That means vicious claw damage. Vicious. Wait, what? Oh, that was like a throw. Alright, turns the tide. The roar supposedly. I don't know. Vicious claw. Visual roar. I think that is. I think that's another blue bear. Coming healing. And wrath refund. That's interesting. Gives you a chance to refund the wrath. All right, so okay. I don't know what the difference here is. Oh, the outgoing healing goes through the roof. It actually goes through the roof. That's kind of insane. Yeah, that's insane. Okay. Uh, so we're looking at encouraging roar. Use a portion of your wrath to restore a large amount of morale. Oh, sorry. Okay, so that's my single heal. This one's really good. Um, Credit a portion of the healing to receive of healing you receive to your friend. So I think this could be useful. Cooldown. It's only lasts for 20 seconds, so I'm not a huge fan of this. What's this one? Yeah, this is my big heal. It just Particularly appropriate, rate heals everybody in a certain radius every 45 seconds. I can spam it. I get the cooldown by 5 seconds. It's every 40 seconds. Does a shit ton of like outgoing healing. Could be really beneficial. Tolerable for yellow bear. Shake free, definitely worth 11-second cooldown. Roughly. Huge vitality. This one's worth. I don't know how to get it though. I don't know where you get these from. I just see that it's available. And then thrash for sure. That's huge amount of damage. How do I get? That's the question. Like, how do I get thrash damage? Like, I'm in it, and it just says the description is this. But how do I obtain it? Like, this is where I kind of get just annoyed because now I'm looking for this, and I don't know how to get it. So I think this one's okay. I would love to get one for this rejuvenating bellow, but I don't think there's one for that. This is like my bread and butter heal. All right, what do we have currently? So I don't know which one's which, if I'm being honest. So we do have bear form, which is fine. We have thrash damage, which is also fine. And then we have perfect healing. I don't know what else goes here. We do have these two. I think are fine for damage output, but if I'm yellow form, obviously I need different things. I don't think these are Bjorn specific. So, but I think this one's fine for extra might vitality. Iron's morale and vitality. I think this is more for blue bears, so we'll have to change this one eventually. And the perfect healing for more output. I think it's fine for now. I don't know. I'm not really seeing anything of value out of the traces, if I'm being honest. And I'm not seeing a way to how to obtain a lot of them, which is kind of annoying actually. So, didn't really help much, if any. Alright. Look what we're doing. Let's head south. Actually, I think we're at a good stopping point. You going to bed, Tover? Yeah, I think I'm going to too. I was just thinking, I was like, yeah, I'm at a good stopping point right now. So we can call it here and jump back in tomorrow. Like I said, just let me know tomorrow, Topher, how you're feeling, if you want to play Stardew or not. If you're not feeling Stardew, that's fine. I can just jump right into Lotro, so don't feel obligated to have to play. I don't mind not playing Stardew. Oh, God. Like I said, I have this to play, so I'm down for this as well. So I appreciate you for being here. Thanks for hanging out and playing Stardew with us. Everybody else that's here, like I said, I'm gonna call it night early. Usually I'd go for another hour and a half. If anybody hasn't joined the Discord and wants to join the Discord, feel free. If you ever want gaming questions, ever need any help, ever want to share something, show something off, or help somebody out, feel free to chime in the Discord anytime. Sorry for being a derp all night and being an idiot, basically. So I appreciate y'all. Thanks for showing me my wisdom of my bad ways and being an idiot. I will have to look more into the tracers because I have to figure out where to obtain them, and I have to figure out which other ones go into the other slots. But I appreciate y'all for being here. If you ever want to catch any of the VODs, if you missed a stream, if you missed something, want to catch back up on something, rewatch something, feel free to go into the About Me and check out the VODs channel. But I appreciate y'all. Hope you had a good time. Hopefully you have a good rest of your day and tomorrow, and hopefully we see you tomorrow night. Need me in the meantime, hit me with the Discord. I will talk to you guys later. Thank you, thank you, thank you. See ya, see ya, see ya. Yeah, bye. We outie. Talk to you tomorrow.